Greetings and welcome to the finale of our multi-part playthrough of Razorhurst Blood Alley, the free print and play Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective-like game by John Kean. I believe today will be our last session. We had a long session last night. We're at the final day of the case calendar. John Kean thought we might run out of time and have to keep playing, but I feel like we are right. We almost understand everything. There are a couple loose ends for us to wrap up. It's Friday, January 3rd, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting from Champaign, Illinois. Let me check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing. YouTube says 12 concurrent viewers, 3 likes. It's a little bit surprising to me that we have as many as 12 people here still with us at part 6. Normally with these long ones, well, I suppose that's the case too. It's just fewer and fewer people can stick with it for 6 days. We're going to do a little bit of a recap of where we left off. We didn't quite complete the final question at the end of the last day of the case because we wanted to wait until the full group was here. John Kean has been watching the playthroughs, and I'm sure he's suffering a little bit because he's seeing us run into some bugs with the directories and maps, which he now sees how to fix. He actually says that we are the only people who have play tested it to this point. So we're sort of in uncharted territory here. And we've approached this as play testers, so some bugs and hiccups were to be expected. John Kean did say that there was one thing, every bug we have really just worked around. It hasn't been anything other than minor hiccups. A place wasn't where it should be, but we are always able to find it. But one thing I do want to do before we finish off the last question we had is address the last little bug John Kean was telling me about. So this was the question at the end. We slept, we went to sleep on, well, we didn't quite sleep. We ended the day, we went to the last entry. We decided to go to sleep here. We went to the last entry, which gave us a whole bunch of the lab results and everything. And I've actually already adjusted the stats for sleeping. So we're all ready to start on Tuesday. But we skipped this last question that we got on screen, which was about Frank Bennett, who's our little side case, our con artist at the Eaton Avenue apartments. And this says, just then a familiar form emerges from a side room. It's young Constable Aldridge. Recognizing you, he hurries over with news. I just wanted to thank you for the tip on Frank Bennett, he says. You were right, he's a bad egg. How much did you figure out about his operations? We're supposed to write down what we think he's up to. We know he's up to, we know he's scamming women and collecting their jewelry and money, and they think they're investing or something. We don't know the full details. And actually, I realize now the thing that the last little bug that John Kean was telling me about was actually not about Frank Bennett. It was about Patrick Patty Roach not having a surprise visit that we never found to Garden Vale. It should have said Palm Court. So we did figure out that Frank Bennett is ripping off all the women. We did see a slip of paper where he's keeping track of the money. And we met one lady who said he's coming over now. I hope it's good news. And then the rest, then we didn't follow up on some of those other ladies. So we didn't get to talk to them, unfortunately. We talked to one or two. And we know that he skipped town and all the girls are crying now that he took money from. Now, Anna is saying that Bacon said it's horse racing tips because Bennett said he had insider info through a vet. Why do I not remember any of that? Why do I not remember? Did we get a chance to visit Bacon before she was crying? I don't really remember that we read such a lead. We know he was taking money from them. When did we read it was horse racing tips and an insider? Are you claiming that we talked to Bacon? Jonathan says I'll back that, but is Jonathan, are you saying you remember that too, or you're just going with whatever Anna says? Where's our Eaton Avenue apartments? Are you saying? I'm gonna go and reread this entry. You claim. So the Eaton Avenue apartments are here. And you're saying we talked to Bacon. We did try to talk to Bacon. I can't remember if we got a chance to talk to her before she left. Where is her apartment 4 here in Palm Court? It was after Monday, though. No one was home. We didn't talk to this woman before she left, did we? You're claiming that we somehow talked to Bacon and I didn't remember it very early in the game? Before Monday? Let's see. Maybe we read this. Either we read this and I've forgotten, or you've read this when you shouldn't have. But I'm going to read it now for all of us. Miss Matilda Bacon is puffing as she answers the door to flat 4. She's a truly enormous woman for whom just standing seems to be an effort. But she smiles sweetly and gestures you inside, already waddling laboriously back to her very sunken sofa. You take a seat opposite on a kitchen chair as she catches her breath, fanning herself with a folded copy of the Sportsman Weekly. I think Anna read this when she wasn't supposed to. Or I'm completely forgetting this. But okay, let's assume that we visited her when we found the note. Maybe. Thank you, Miss Bacon, for seeing me. Oh, it's a pleasure to have a visitor indeed. Her voice is surprisingly high and melodious, not at all what you expected. I was wondering if you know anything about the recent fight in the street outside. Oh, I'm sorry, Detective. I did hear a kerfuffle, but I didn't go out to see. It's not so easy for me. Of course. Well, thank you for your help anyway. You wish her a good day and are almost to the door when she speaks again. Excuse me, Detective, but you seem like a knowledgeable person. I was wondering if you know where Columbra is. Columbra? Yes, Mr. Bennett was telling me about it. He has a friend there, a vet who inspects the horses. It's a big racing town, he says, though for some reason the Sportsman doesn't mention it. She waves the newspaper. I was just wondering if you knew, because I haven't been able to find out anything, and I have made something of an investment there. She looks slightly worried, and you pause before answering. I'm sorry, Miss Bacon. I can't help. Perhaps it's somewhere in Western Australia. Well, Harry says, I suggested it was a betting sheet. Anna says, after we found the note, someone in the comments. Well, Kirsten was the person who picked up that Bennett had a sheet of names. I can bring us that so we can see it. He's in Garden Vale. We visited him before Monday because he jumped out. Oops. There was a little bit of a bug we had to work around here. We did visit him and we saw his note, which was 48. But my memory, well, we read it now, we can see. So here is Frank Bennett. We tested our observation twice and we found the note. And this was the note: diamond brooch plus ring, scroll plus 3 plus pin, something, all these people. And we figured out, Kirsten figured out, that these are names of people in the Eaton Avenue apartments. I don't see how this could be a betting sheet, really, because it's missing the information on the horses. The name on the left, Diamond Scroll Bacon CQ, these are names of people. And what follows looks like it's money amounts on jewelry, whatever. So here's Bacon, who's invested 10 shilling plus 1 plus 4, whatever. These are not full betting lines, though, but it seems like Anna has admitted now to reading something she shouldn't have. All right, well, let me explain what happened, and then we can all get on the same page. We finished a session having realized that Frank Bennett is a con artist and scamming women. And then between breaks, Kirsten realized that these are all names of people in the Eaton Avenue apartments, which we thought at some point might be, but then we got thrown off a bit. At that point, we didn't follow up on it. We thought we might want to talk to those women, but we thought we basically knew these were all women he had scammed. By the time we did finally follow up on it, it was after the weekend. And on Monday, Frank Bennett has skipped town. And all of these people, which we then visited, but we visited on Monday, all of these people were crying behind their doors and wouldn't talk to us. So he actually never read more details than that, although we now have cheated a bit and peeked at one of them, Bacon, telling us that she's invested money in horses in a horse race for him or something. That makes sense. So it's probably they're all involved in this scam. He's tricked them into thinking he has insider information on the horses, or he's using different scams on different women. We only talked to the one woman before we even met Bennett, very early in the game, and she's just like, I'm waiting for Bennett to get here. He might have good news for me. All right, doesn't matter. Not important. We are ready now to answer this. I mean, it matters a little bit because now we've got a better answer to this question. But we're going to answer this question, and then I'm going to do a little recap of what questions we still have for the case as we begin our next day. But we'll jump right in and answer this together. Okay, it says, it's weird because in Razorhurst Blood Alley, there is a formal answer sheet now. And it looks like this. But it looks like this question here is not part of that. So I guess we'll just answer this in our notebook. All right, so what do we think Frank Bennett was up to? How much did we figure out about his operation? So I guess we're going to say something like this. Frank Bennett is a con artist. He's scamming the women of Eaton Avenue out of money, I guess. In fact, he seems to be focusing on the single women, not with family. Maybe he fears the men will recognize that he's a con artist. He has a note with the amounts. We know he skipped town by Monday. We know the women figured out now by Monday that it's a scam. And we know in at least one case, his scam is pretending to have insider vet info on the horses. So maybe it's all horse race scheme. Although you would think he would just take their money. He would just, well, I don't know, but he's taking their money to do it. All right. It's no big deal. And this is the part that we've just newly discovered. But I think even so, you could imagine that he's just a generic conning them all with different things. Maybe if we talk to more people, we would. This is bad on us for not checking with those women sooner. But either way, I mean, we knew he was a con artist. We understood the main stuff. Okay, you ready to read this? Does anyone have anything they want to add to this? The only reason we didn't rush over to talk to the other woman he was scamming is because we thought it's not that important to figure out the details. I do stand by my comment, though, that he's not holding a betting sheet of keeping records of who bet on what. But maybe why would he have to? It's all a scam anyway, right? He's also, let me just point out, if you think it's all about horse racing, he seems to have taken jewelry from at least one of these women, two of these women. So I don't know how you take jewelry for a horse racing scam. doesn't it seem more likely that he's actually scamming different people in different ways? All right. Does anyone want to add any information to our explanation? He could pawn the jewelry. True. He might have said, just give me your jewelry and I'll pawn it for the horse racing. Marco said, we did jump into Miss Diamond beforehand. Well, that's true. What did Miss Diamond say? Do you remember? Maybe we could read that. We did read one more. We did read the Miss Diamond. It's true. But that was sort of by mistake. But since we did read it, we should allow ourselves to read it. So early in the game, we visited Diamond. She's in Omeo. And that would have been before Monday. Let's see what she said. Miss Dorothy Diamond, a widow, smartly but cheaply dressed. She seems excited, slightly distracted. She doesn't have a good view of the street. She doesn't have much to say about the riot. A framed but faded photograph of a man in military uniform and an empty jewelry box. Yeah, so she's basically just given her jewelry to Frank Bennett. More indication that maybe he's doing scamming in other ways than horse racing. But he's clearly taking their money and jewelry of these widows and single women, promising to invest it in something. It wouldn't be that surprising. Well, it wouldn't be surprising either way. If he used the same trick on all of them about having insider information, or if he didn't have different tricks for different women. All right, well, no one else is jumping out to disagree or wanting to add anything, so we're just going to read this here. I'm still not sure why this isn't an endgame question, but okay, here we go. Aldridge goes on. I went to visit Bennett today, but he was gone. His room was empty, apart from a sobbing woman, a resident from one of the other buildings. I did some asking around, and it transpires Bennett has been running a very successful con. He befriends lonely women, convinces them to make a small bet on a horse. He's careful that the women know nothing about racing, and that the races, which are fictional, of course, are supposedly run in a distant town that isn't reported in the Sportsman. He tells them they've won and talks them into reinvesting their winnings on a second race. After a few races, the women really believe he has an infallible source, and they not only reinvest their winnings, they start giving him extra funds to bet on the next race. Bennett pockets the cash and continues multiplying up their fictional winnings until he's got all he can from them. Then he tells them their last horse lost and takes the cash and disappears. Aldridge shakes his head sadly. There are a few women in Eaton Avenue who have lost everything. Nobody knows where Bennett is now, but I've just filed a report and we'll be looking out for him. He'll surface eventually, and now that we know what he's up to, we'll get him. The young policeman thanks you again and hurries off. Kreuter smiles. That's a good kid there. He'll be after your job before you know it. Record up to 5 points for side case 1, depending on how completely you deduced Bennett's scam. Okay, so there's no place on this score sheet for side quest 1. So I guess we're just going to put it here somewhere. Side quest 1. Let's just give ourselves 4 points for figuring out, 4 of 5 points for figuring out his scam, but maybe not knowing. Jonathan says 3 points. I do like that is the actual scam is pretty clever. Like, he didn't just disappear. He told them they lost the last race. So presumably they'd all feel bad and stupid or whatever and not ever report him to the police, I think. And it's a very typical con artist to give someone the initial winnings to bait them in. It's very common in most scams. Most scams involve the con artist giving the sucker a little bit of money, whether it's 5-card Monte or whatever. You let them win the first couple times, and then people get greedy and they risk it all. So that makes a lot of sense. You can't just tell someone you've got an inside source. They don't give you all their money for that. You got to lure them into it. All right, so now we're going to play our final day. And before we do, we'll do a little bit of recap about what's left for us. Yesterday, for those of you that missed it, was a big day. We actually played 2 days. We played Sunday and Monday. And in many ways, we cracked the case wide open because we were very much leaning towards the ex-girlfriend, Olivia Reynolds, of Phil Jeffs. And what happened on our last session is that we basically stumbled onto the fact that Ida Maddox, the victim of the sexual assault a year ago, was back in town, and that her girlfriend lives at Eaton Avenue Apartments, and a whole bunch of other stuff. We talked to her uncle. We found out where she worked. But Anna had a brilliant insight. Anna remembered that the early interview we had at the Eaton Avenue Apartments, if you'll remember, we basically solved the Eaton Avenue brawl. That was the case assigned to us. And we figured out eventually that the guy who started the fight was this guy, Patrick Roach. And he went to visit his girlfriend, Phyllis, one of these women, I forget who it is, Phyllis Brooker, 6 in La Rea. Okay, so he goes and visits his girlfriend in La Rea, and he heads off to do something we thought in the Garden Vale. Turns out not relevant for this discussion, but he actually went in Palm Court, probably to buy drugs. When he's coming out of Palm Court, his girlfriend has come, sat on the stoop or whatever, and he hears members of Phil Jeff's gang shouting at her, catcalling her. And he lunges at William Archer, who takes off his jacket, or a friend of his takes off his jacket. The fight starts. All this stuff happens. Eventually, Phyllis Brooker picks him up, hides him in her apartment. We eventually found them. And then in the course of that fight, William Archer gets shot in the leg. The gang drives off. Okay, so case closed, so we thought. Anna remembered that when we talked to Phyllis Brooker, she tells us what happened, which basically matches what I just said, except she says that the gang started yelling at her something like, "Oh, you've come back for more," which didn't really make any sense to her, but it doesn't matter. And then the fight started. Anna said, when we heard that when we figured out Ida Maddox was still in town with a woman named Grace Oliver, who probably changed her name to Robertson or Robeson, Anna realized, hey, I think we were all going to think to check whether that person was in Eaton Avenue. But Anna made a secondary deduction, which was right on the money, which was really a satisfying moment. Anna said, I remember that this woman said that the men called out to her, "Oh, you're back for more." And the light bulb that went off for Anna is that they were probably not talking to her. They were probably talking to Ida Maddox, the sexual assault victim. And when we traced back to find out where is Ida Maddox's best friend living, Ida Maddox's best friend is Grace, now Robeson, living in the Grampians. So our theory is that Phyllis Brooker comes down to have a cigarette outside her stoop in the courtyard, and Ida Maddox is coming to visit Grace Robeson, her best friend, newly back in town, Ida Maddox. And the gang members see Ida Maddox and call out to Ida Maddox, "Oh, you're back for more," which is a very cold thing to say to someone who's brought you in court for sexually assaulting them, a court case that stunned the whole city. And here they are sort of threatening to do it again to her, I guess. So that was a real aha moment. That clicked everything into place. We talked to the friend. The friend reveals some more pieces of the puzzle. The friend says Ida Maddox is back in town. She's got a boyfriend. She came back in town because she ran out of money, but recently something bad happened to her. She dropped something at work. She ruined something. They fired her. She needs money. She's been carrying a gun. We saw a photo of her in her best friend's apartment with a dark flower on her hat, which is consistent with what witnesses say the woman in the getaway car in the shooting of Phil Jeffs was carrying. It all clicked into place. And then some other stuff started clicking into place, which is that Ida Maddox has a new boyfriend. And we remembered when we talked to Fatty Taylor, the guy that was fingered by Phil Jeffs, who we found a gun in his apartment and a note from kids. He said something very memorable to us that I remembered, which is he said, "I've got a good girl now. I'm not going to mess up my life. She's broken too, but I guess we all are." And then we realized, oh, okay, that's the broken girl is Ida Maddox he's talking about. So now it all makes sense that we know there's 4 people in the car. It is going to be William Fatty Taylor and Bill, whatever the other guy's name is, and Ida Maddox in that car, their boyfriend and girlfriend. We're still trying to track down the last person in that car, the driver. That's sort of one of the things we have to do today. And it also makes sense why Fatty Taylor, the tough guy, big, strong, tough guy who's in jail now, why he had the little birthday card from kids, even though he doesn't have kids, because we think it's probably Ida Maddox's kids. And we're told that Ida Maddox's neighbor is looking after her girl. She's got one other kid. It just sort of all made sense. Let's see in the chat. One thing about the apartments I still don't understand is why so much of Phil Jeff's gang was there. 2 cars worth. Were they there to intimidate Passmore to quit selling drugs? That's an interesting idea. We are told, though, that one of the big members of the gang lives right near the Eaton apartments, right? We know that one of them was visiting a friend. 2 of them were here visiting a friend. So it makes sense that they would drive by. But they are selling drugs. There's multiple drug dealing going on. So maybe they were there to intimidate the other drug dealer. Maybe some other apartment is selling drugs for them. When we tracked down Ida, we actually did have to sneak in the back door into Ida Maddox's house, and we did find her. And in the garden outside her house, we did recover a .38 automatic, which is consistent with the shell casing we found outside of Phil Jeff assassination house. Although it's not clear to us exactly what went down there. We'll talk about that in a second. Ida does have a semi-automatic, and we did find it. So that is very clear that hers is the gun that we found the cartridge of right outside that car door window here. We're told that a cartridge was found out of the back right passenger seat, and a witness saw the car driving away with a woman in the back right with a flower on her hat. So that's absolutely Ida Maddox's bullet from her gun. The part that's new, though, that we don't quite understand is Phil Jeff told us how the shooting went down, told the cops. He said someone broke in his door, shot him twice, ran out the window. He chased after him and passed out here. And, but the 2 bullets in his chest, we never recovered any cartridges from. So that would match Fatty Taylor's revolver that we found in his place. So it may be that Fatty Taylor did shoot him twice in the chest, just like Phil Jeff said, and that Phil Jeff chased him out the window and was shot at, or shot, but not hit, by Ida Maddox. They're both guns are 38s. There are definitely 2 guns involved. Well, not definitely, but the other thing that was weird is the medical examiner says the 2 bullets in his chest were shot from more than 10 feet away. So here are some possibilities. One possibility is 2 guns involved. Fatty Taylor busts in the door, does end up shooting him from across the apartment twice, and everything happens as we said, and maybe Ida Maddox shoots at him but misses. But another possibility is that Fatty Taylor busts in the door, Phil Jeffs runs out and gets shot twice in the chest by Ida Maddox. Only 1 cartridge fell outside the car from the automatic, and the other cartridge stuck in the car, and that's why it wasn't recovered. All we know is 1 cartridge recovered, 2 shots in the chest of Phil Jeffs from 10-foot distance. It would be a pretty bizarre coincidence, though, if she hit him once in the chest and this guy hit him once in the chest. So either probably both shots by Ida Maddox from 10 feet away, but she's got to be a pretty good shot shooting a running Phil Jeffs who passes out here. So it's not exactly clear to us what happened. We can talk about that a little bit more. Anna says, I don't think Fatty had a gun. Only the people in the car had guns. That doesn't make sense. Fatty Taylor is in the car with her. That's the 4 people. Fatty Taylor, William Clark, his friend who alibied him, and Ida Maddox, and 1 more, the driver. They all drive there. We think it's Fatty Taylor who busts down the door. Maybe Anna is trying to say that at the time of the shooting, Phil Jeffs is running out and Fatty Taylor isn't in the car and he's still chasing him this way. That's possible, although that doesn't match what Phil Jeffs says. Phil Jeffs says he chased the guy who jumped out the window after shooting him, who presumably got in the car and drove away. We don't know. I don't think it's possible for us to really know. We know that Fatty was in the house at some point because we think he banged his head against the door. But exactly how this went down and whose bullets are in Phil Jeffs' body, I don't think there's a real way for us to know. There are 2 38 caliber bullets in Phil Jeffs, but whether he got shot by Fatty, as Phil Jeffs says, in the house 10 feet away, whether he got shot twice by Ida Maddox running this way, but only 1 of the bullets was found, 1 of the casings was found. How he ended up here, we know he was shot in the front of the chest, so we don't know. We also don't know if Phil Jeffs is lying about what happened to him. He says he was shot twice in his room and chased the guy. It's possible that instead he was running and saw Ida Maddox and she shot him twice at 10-foot range in the chest. That's a pretty good shot. and then stumbled here. We don't know why there's no blood, if that's the case. So there's lots of mysteries here. Jonathan thinks there should be blood in the house if he was shot in the house. But wouldn't you say the same thing? If the casing is here, then he must have been shot while he was running this way. He shot twice in the chest, but still managed to run this way and fell here without leaving a trail of blood. There's some details here we don't understand, but you know, that's how a real life case works. Sometimes there are things that seem inexplicable. Maybe we'll find out, maybe no one knows. The other part that we didn't wrap up, where's my to-do list? The other part we didn't wrap up is we've been chasing down the owner of the car. We think we can identify 3 people, and we know there's a 4th. And we believe it's probably the owner of the car and maybe the getaway driver. We got license plates enough to narrow it down to 3 people. We found, there's 2 of them we think we found. We found one clearly. We went and had a whole interaction with him. He was really mouthing off to us. We found some drugs in his car. We pulled him in. We got him arrested, but he's not our guy because his convertible's broken. Then we found a Walsh, an Elizabeth Walsh, a woman's house, even though the car was registered to an H. Walsh, but this is very near Ida Maddox's house. We went there and we saw a bunch of kids and a pig or something, and our skills weren't good enough, and they slammed the door on us. So it's one of our chief places we're going to go back at the start of today and hopefully nab our getaway driver. And here are my notes about remaining questions. All things about the shooting, which we'll talk about when it comes time to answer them. The other thing we know about is we do know about a laundromat that Ida Maddox worked at. Now, we found Ida Maddox, so I don't think we really need to go to that laundromat, but we did sort of identify it, so we may want to stop by there. Probably they're just going to tell us that she lives nearby or something. And the last thing I have noted here is John Kean said it was a bug that Patty Roach went to Garden Vale. And we went and checked every apartment in Garden Vale because I wanted to wrap up the loose end of what Patty Roach was doing. Remember, he was a little bit sketchy about it. He said, I went in there, Ryan, don't worry about why, and I came out and saw my girlfriend. Well, it turns out he went in Palm Court, not Garden Vale. So we wasted a lot of time canvassing every apartment here to figure out where Freddie Roach might have gone. John Kean says that was a bug. He should have said he went to Palm Court. So I think maybe before we end the game, we will allow ourselves to freely visit these people just to see if any of them admits to seeing Patty Roach. Now, I do note that 8 was the drug dealer, so probably that's what Patrick Roach went to do, to pick up drugs. Let's see. And then there's some discussions about the shooting details that I think we should wait till we get the question, but I'll read them here. If I was shot twice and hid inside the bedroom, it's very odd we did not find any blood inside or on the running path. And it says, my theory, Ida was frightened, shot him, but didn't kill him. So the other guy went, we better kill him now, and also fired. From 10 feet away, though? Harry says, I know I'm in the minority, but have we fully explored the drug deal gone bad side of this? We know it's Ida Maddox. The other little piece of this is that Ida Maddox tells her friend, I know a guy who owes me money. We're going to try to get it from him. And there's a little bit of disagreement in the group about whether she was going to try to blackmail Phil Jeffs or kill him or rob him. And I tend to lean I don't think in my view. I don't think you can go blackmail someone like that who's already been found innocent. You've already accused him. So I suspect that she and her boyfriend went to strong arm him and rob him, and maybe planned to shoot him all along, probably. But we can talk about that when we get to the question. And Anna's giving more theories. She was frightened and shot him but didn't kill him. Or Fatty jumped into the car and they started to drive away, but Jeff chased them on foot and they fired at Jeff's while he was at the spot we found the blood. That's fine, except for the fact that the bullet casing is found where the car is parked. So at least one shot was fired while the car was parked there. That's a little weird, but we'll work on that. Anna agrees if he went to Palm Court, he's probably going there for drugs. I think that's right. All right, so let's begin our day. Maybe we'll take a little break after that recap, and then we'll come back and begin our day. We do want, the first thing we want to do is go visit Walsh, the driver, and see if we can catch him. And then maybe we'll decide whether we want to go to the laundromat, go back to the Eaton Avenue apartments and catch that. And if any of you have any other places that you think we are forgetting to go to, we can do that. But we'll take a break first. I'll see you in 8 minutes. The chat is busy theorizing about the shooting. I agree. It is interesting. Lots of different alternatives. Don't forget, we still have one more witness, the driver, that may be able to shed some light. But okay, let's look at these theories here, because they're all interesting. Marco says, maybe Ida thought or had some inside information Jeff was not at the house at the time of the break-in, so when they found him, the inside thing went sideways. And it says, last theory, Ida shot when they were still parking, but she missed. Jeff chased them and shouted threats. Bill shot him at the spot where he collapsed. Jonathan Warner says, my theory is Phil Jeffs woke to someone breaking into his house, got his adrenaline pumping, fought them when they tried to open his bedroom door, breaking the one guy's nose. Phil Jeffs then jumps out his window through dumb luck, and the streetlight being out ran straight towards the car. Streetlight comes back on. Ida Maddox sees him running away straight towards the car. She shoots twice. One shell lands inside the car, one outside. Jeff's still on adrenaline, doesn't even notice he's shot, changes direction. He hears the shots, gets to the intersection, damage has taken its course. Harry says, I'm still skeptical only because Jeff had no reason to hold back the identifying Ida or Fatty as the shooter. You'd only hold back with someone he feared. Anna says, Marco, good idea. Maybe Ida asked Jeff's girlfriend to help with info. Boy, that's really stretching it. Marco says, maybe for mob pride, he doesn't want to be known that the girl got him. Perry says, maybe, but you also don't have 2 bullets in your chest and go running down the street. It's 238s too. It's not like a 22 caliber. It's a big bullet. My thought was he didn't mention Ida because he didn't want to drag out the outrage case against him, and he would feel it unmanly and shameful that a woman got him. I don't know. I mean, I think we'll return to all this, but let me just make a couple points. Phil Jeffs is a serious mobster, and we're told, and I think very believably, that he only told the cops that it was Fatty Taylor and his friend William Clark right before he thought he was about to die. So he was in the hospital for a couple days. He didn't say anything. And then right when it seemed like he was going to die, he did say, okay, here's what really happened, because he otherwise wouldn't want to, he's abiding by the ethics of the gangster world that you don't rat on someone. So I feel like if he's eventually going to tell the truth about these 2 guys, that they were the ones that attacked him, I don't think he'd be holding back and sparing Ida Maddox, especially since he was already brought up on charges and found innocent. It's not like she has extra information to give the cops. It's not like he fears her getting arrested. I think he would say it was that crazy broad Ida Maddox if he knew. So my guess is that he didn't even realize that she was involved in this. And I think that it is not an unheard of situation that the woman who's been wronged doesn't arrange for her new boyfriend to go try to rob the other old ex-boyfriend drug dealer. That is not that uncommon. So that's sort of my thought at how this all started, that Ida Maddox gets in trouble. She tells her tough guy boyfriend, I know who we can rob. And they set out there to rob him, and things go sideways. But that doesn't mean I have a good explanation of the bullets. But we'll return to that. Let's get back to our detective work here. So we're starting Tuesday. We're going to start by reading 106, which is the start of what I believe will be our last day of the case. Did I already go over the blood evidence that we got? I wrote it down if I didn't. It's mainly stuff we already know. We already surmised. In the hospital, we overheard Phil Jeff's blood type is O, and this is about the two .38 caliber bullets hit him in the front of the chest at 10-foot distance. We could reread that if we want. So Phil Jeff's is blood type O. The sample at the brawl is type B. That's just William Archer's. We don't care about that. The sample at Fatty Taylor's apartment, his handkerchief, presumably where his nose got all bloody, is type O. And the type, is type B. The sample at the corner, the bloody body of Phil Jeffs, is type O. So that's consistent with Phil Jeffs' blood. Nothing surprising there. This is the part that's more interesting to us. The blood found on Phil Jeffs' door at the height where it would hit Fatty Taylor in the nose matches the blood type of Fatty Taylor's handkerchief. So this is more proof to us that Fatty Taylor was the person who broke into Phil Jeffs' house and got his nose smashed on the door. That's basically the totality of the lab reports for us. All right, Anna's still trying to give theories about the shooting. We'll come back to that. Okay, we're starting the day by reading 106. No time to mess around today, warns Kreuter as you enter the building. McKay wants a full debrief at 2 p.m. And it says, if knowledge B is circled, which it is, read 279. Oh, and by the way, he adds, your Archer's bath salts came back from the lab. They're about half cocaine, half boracic acid, plus traces of actual bath salts. Pretty standard sheet grade. Nothing special. Is that helpful? Well, it dispels one of the myths going around that the Eaton Avenue fight and Jeff's shooting was something to do with him over-diluting his wares. So one of the theories was Phil Jeffs was hit because he was stiffing people on the cocaine, but it's fairly common. Okay, so that handles B. Nothing new for us. I is circled yes. So I've also got this, Kreuter, you say, taking out the sample of cocaine you collected from Patsy Neal. It came from Mary Elliott's place on William Street. The lab? Asked Kreuter, taking it from you? Thanks. Okay, so this is a bug. This is a bug. This is not where we wanted to be. This should have been telling us about the results of that, not us handing it to him. So I don't know where we're supposed to go. Not 149, but somewhere else. Don't feel like that's important for us. It's going to be the results of this test of the cocaine from Patsy Neal. I think it's just going to be regular cocaine. So I don't think it's going to matter that we've got that bug. John Kean can tell us where that entry would have been. Okay, beta, we circled this. Oh, actually, beta we never found. I feel like we might have found it, but it's not circled. So this is some side case we didn't get to. All right, what about H? As you grab a notebook from your desk, Detective Tom Wickham of the two-man drug squad stops you with a boyish grin. Hey, I wanted to thank you for your tip about Passmore, he says. We raided his flat in Palm Court last night, caught him red-handed with a good stockpile of cocaine, along with an accomplice, a one-legged returned soldier named Eric Marsden. Should be a cinch to secure a prosecution this time, thanks to you. Well done. He shakes your hand and claps you on the shoulder to boot. If you ever fancy transferring to the drug squad, we could use you. You laugh and tell him at the moment it feels like you're already doing both jobs. Oh, by the way, he adds, we've been seeing some heavily cut coke circulating, but aren't sure yet where the source might be. Do you have any ideas? This sounds like it's going to be the answer to that drug that entry we just tried to read and got a bug. Anna says we found an alpha. That doesn't help me. It wasn't asking for alpha. All right. It feels like this question here is the answer that we probably would have gotten from our analysis of the drug at Patsy Neal and Mary Elliott's place. If I had to guess, I would guess that this is going to come back from Mary Elliott. I'm guessing that if this wasn't a bug, we'd hear that this is heavily cut. And then when we get this question here, he says, we've seen some heavily cut coke. We're not sure where the source. I'm guessing the source is going to be Mary Elliott. But we can't really know that unless we got the circled I report about Mary Elliott. Yeah, it was a weird thing because we got that alpha a long time ago, but then we just saw references to beta. But either that's a bug or there's a beta we missed and nothing ever came up with the alpha. Do you want to peek at what that beta is? Let me peek at what the beta is, but I won't show you. Let me see if it is relevant if it's really what the alpha was. Okay, so I think probably it is a bug because, okay, so I clicked on beta. Well, I'll click on the beta here. Okay, so we got the alpha circled, but we never circled a beta. But actually, if you click on this, it's talking about the drug sample from Palm Court Flat, which we did get because we did find them dealing drugs out of there. And he says it's a standard 50-50 mix. So actually, that is a bug. This should be the alpha, I'm sure. So that leaves us with the conclusion that we found the one more source of drugs, that Mary Elliott's source, that we never got circled. And that was the I. All right, why don't we do it's hard to search on this tablet, but I'm going to search and see if we can't figure out which entry we should be reading. It's just hard to search on this tablet. Is it this one? That's not right. Okay, I think it's this one here. 77, I agree. The Spamonite says it's supposed to be 77, I agree. Okay. Kreuter adds, the lab has also come back with their analysis of the cocaine you took from Mary Elliott's place. Turns out it's only about 30, it turns out it's mostly cake mixture than anything else. It's only about 30% cocaine, just a little more than half the usual grade. The rest is boracic acid, flour, and baking powder. It seems Miss Elliott is trying to maximize her returns at the expense of the poor coke addicts of Darlinghurst. On the plus side, I'm sure it makes for interesting biscuits. All right, well, this is what we were going to guess anyway, but we have found the right answer. Okay, so now we can answer this question. By the way, he adds, we've been seeing some heavily cut coke, but we aren't sure where that source might be. Do you have any ideas? Okay, so our answer is that the heavily cut Coke is from Marie Elliott, who's cutting it with flour. Okay, I don't even need to poll the chat. Let's see if we're right. Just then, Detective Sid Thompson comes over. He gives you a grateful wink and a clap on the arm before turning to Wickham. Oh, the lab just phoned to say they had one of those heavily cut samples come through. Apparently it was from Mary Elliott's supply. At least she's been cutting it with harmless flour rather than more boracic acid. It'll burn your nose off, that stuff, in a high enough concentration. He adds as an aside, you record 2 points for side case 2 if you wrote down Mary Elliott's name. Okay, so where's our score sheet? Okay, so side case 2. We got the full 2 points for that. In fact, we should get a bonus point for overcoming the bug. All right. So 3 out of 5, 2 out of 2. All right. Back to our entry. I think that ends our morning stuff. Yes. Okay. Now we are on our own. And we've got our skills mostly maximized. So let's see if we can't find our driver. Where is our driver? I've got that he's at 128. Is he on our address book? No. But we know it's Walsh. We were looking for an H. Walsh, the owner of the car. But we found the wife. Maybe the husband has died or something, on Riley Street, 128. Riley Street is our +0 on map B. All right, so we have to first travel to Woolloomooloo. And then we're going to head over to Riley Street, which we'll notice is quite near where we found item Maddox. We found item Maddox at 141, and it looks like our driver is actually, I guess he's not that close. He's up here somewhere. Or is it 128 or 28? 128. Sorry, he's actually much closer. So our driver lives in the same building. That's exactly what we were thinking, right? Sorry, that's not right. Almost right. 128 is an even number, so it would actually be across the street. Doesn't matter. The point is, it's a neighbor. Probably the neighbor looking after the little daughter, and they have access to a car. So we very much suspect that this is going to be where the car came from. Okay, so we're going to knock on the door of the Walshes. We've been there before, but we got the door slammed on us. Here we go. The door of 128 Riley Street swings open to reveal a boy of about 8 years of age. Behind him, in a line, also with smutty faces upturned, are 2 younger boys and a half-grown domestic pig. All 4 of them stare up at you suspiciously. Hello, I'm from the Darlinghurst Police. Is your mom or dad at home? Test our persuasion. We tried this. Let me show you what happened when we visited here last night. We failed. The quartet continues to eye you with suspicion. The pig in particular looks to be her tough critic. Then, with no apparent signal, they seem to make a collective decision. The oldest child reaches out and wordlessly slams the door in your face. Okay, so we left, but now we're back. Now, test your persuasion if it's bigger than 6. Okay, So we've got a natural 5. So we just have to roll a 2 or pay for a 2 to succeed here. All right, it's a 3, so that's a success. We did have to travel here, though, so I forgot to do that, which decreases our observation. But it's now 7 a.m. When we've knocked on this door, we've passed our persuasion test. Here we go. Boys and Pig continue to stare at you through narrowed eyes. Let me just close this. Continue to stare at you through narrowed eyes. Then suddenly, at some invisible signal, they turn and run up the hallway, which you take to be an invitation. Following, you find a cluttered kitchen at the back of the house where a sturdily built woman stands with her back to you, leaning over the hot coal range. Unruly curls have been tied back behind her head. With one arm, she balances a baby on her hip. With the other, she manipulates a wooden spoon inside a steaming pot. You clear your throat, and she spins around, her face lighting up with a welcoming smile. Hello, I didn't see you come in. Please, please, have a seat. With the wooden spoon, she sweeps aside some of the table clutter, enough to plonk the baby down there. He sits solidly and stares at you with wide blue eyes. The woman pulls out a chair, evicts the cat that was asleep on it, and gestures for you to sit. As you do, you introduce yourself and ask if she's Elizabeth Walsh. The woman laughs, tipping back her head. Oh, no, that's my mother-in-law. She owns the house, but now she lives with her sister down in Wollongong. We rent it from her. No, I'm Frances. Well, Franny. Pleased to meet you. The smile and laugh never really leave her face. A pair of 5 or 6-year-olds skip into the room. A 5 or 6-year-old girls skip into the room. The blonde one bumps into a chair, overturning it. Ah, Lizzie, Dottie, can you girls hang out these nappies for me? Mrs. Walsh gives the contents of the pot a last prod before draining the steaming brown water down the sink. She hands the pot down to the girls, who take a side each and drag it out the door to the backyard. You watch out the window where the trio of young boys and the pig are playing chase. So this is the neighborhood babysitter. And one of the girls they're babysitting is going to be Ida Maddox's young daughter. But here's what we came for. Do you own a car, Mrs. Walsh? License plate 89454. Dottie is Ida's daughter. Yeah, okay. Do you own a car? Oh, that'd be my husband Harry's car. I never learned to drive. She's now using the same wooden spoon to stir an urn of soup on the stove. The baby continues to stare at you from the center of the table. Do you recall if your husband was out in his car late Tuesday night or early Wednesday morning? Mrs. Walsh has picked up a bowl of cake batter and is stirring it vigorously with the wooden spoon. Well, I can't be certain. He's often out early or late picking up veggies for his brother Bill. This is the Bill Taylor is going to be Fatty's brother. He has a green grocery up on Albion Street. He lets us have the expired greens for the pig. Outside, the 2 girls have dragged a wooden crate over to the clothesline and set it on end. The blonde one bumps into the clothesline post and staggers about a bit while the dark-haired girl climbs up on the wobbly crate. Behind them, the boys have found a dead rat in the woodpile and are dangling it from its tail. The pig sniffs it. Returning your attention to the room, the baby is staring at you with the same fascination the boys viewed the rat. Somehow he seems closer, though you never saw him move. When will your husband be home, Mrs. Walsh? I'd like to speak with him. Oh, I can't really say. She swats a fly on the wall, squashing it with the spoon in a smear of batter. He's in and out. Luckily, I have the children for company. The blonde girl is now passing damp nappies to her companion on the teetering crate, who pegs them on the line. Boys and pigs are wrestling in the dirt. Something hits you on the side of the face. The baby has somehow moved directly in front of you, having acquired a butter knife with which to bat you. You stand up and step out of range. Yes, what an active family you have. Frances Walsh finds this hilarious. Oh, they're not all mine, she says. 3 boys and a pig run through the kitchen and up the hallway. No, I mind a couple of them for a neighbor while she works. She's seeing my brother, so the kids are practically cousins. Outside, the blonde girl bumps into the crate, overturning it. Her cousin grabs the washing line and is left dangling around the nappies. They're no fuss and such good company. The baby on the table bats a half-full jar of jam onto the floor. His mother sweeps him up onto her hip and gives him the wooden spoon to suck on. I'll tell Harry you came by, she smiles. Bustling Riley Street with its traffic, shouts, and smells seems positively serene compared to the Walsh household. And then time passes. Okay, I'm going to mark that time has passed. We now have the identity of the driver, which is Harry Taylor, when it makes sense that he's the driver because Bill Taylor, William Fatty Taylor, just got his brother to help them do this job. And Jonathan says what I was thinking as well. Can we go visit them at the greengrocer? I think we probably can. Okay, it's on Albion Street. Not that we really need to, because it feels like we've got our man and we've got a reason why he would have driven the car for them, right? Like he owns a car. His brother says, we need to use your car for this job. We're going to get some money. You can have some of it. So he drives them. All right, let's see if we can't find that greengrocer and visit him. So Albion, we're looking for. We don't know where on Albion, but we know that it's a greengrocer. Let's see if we can't find a greengrocer to visit on Albion. Here's a grocer, not a greengrocer though. Small goods, estate agent, greengrocer, Walsh. That's it, no doubt about it. He doesn't just work there, he's the manager there. Okay, so 67 Albion is our greengrocer. Albion is an adjustment of 0, so 67 is where we want to go. Let me just mark some of these off. Okay, 67. Let's go there. See if we can talk to him. The greengrocer's store is whitewashed brick and presents an angled facade to the street corner. A small awning shades the entry. If knowledge O is circled, which it isn't, we don't have O at all. I guess we're going to get it here. So O isn't circled, so we're reading 226. Albion Street is one thread of a tangled web of streets snaking along the contours of the Surrey Hills. William Walsh's greengrocery is on the corner, the only departure from an otherwise uniform wall of identical facades. The street behind you is reflected in the glass of the front door, and something about it makes you pause in the act of reaching for the handle. In the reflection, a man in a long coat walks along the far side of the street, passing behind a parked motor car. It's the car that catches your eye. You turn and see it's a convertible with the license plate 89545, Harry Walsh's car. You cross the street for a closer look. The car's top and windows are up, protecting the interior. A tug on the doors shows it is locked tight. Test your force. Now, this is very important because you'll remember that one of our tranche of theories is that there are extra cartridges that didn't fall out of the car from the automatic. So that would be very important if they left a cartridge in the car. So we very much want to get into this car. Okay, it says test your force if it's bigger than 6. Okay, we have a 4. That means we have to roll a 3 here to succeed, but we will do what we have to do to get into this car. We need a 3 to succeed. Okay, well, Lillian is very good at this. We would have paid whatever it took to pass this if we had to. But we didn't have to because Lillian is so good when it comes down to it. All right, so 226 is going to lead us to 3. All right, let's see what we've got here. So we're forcing the car door open. A quick glance up and down the street shows nobody's around, and a sharp pull on the car door with all of your full body weight behind it wrenches it open. You slip inside and close the door behind you, aware that you must have just stepped outside the rules of your job. This is one investigative episode you won't be including in your reports. The interior of the car smells strongly of earth and vegetable matter. Leaning over the rear seat, you can see a couple of wilted cabbage leaves on the floor. Leaning further, you reach under the seats, and beneath the driver's seat, your hand disturbs something small, cylindrical, and metallic. Reaching again to pick it up, inside your handkerchief, you're already certain what it is. Opening your closed fist confirms it. It's nestled in the cloth rests a 38mm bullet cartridge, identical to the one that McGill found outside of Jeff's house on Rainbow Street. Aware of your illegal search of the car, you replace it carefully beneath the seat. A quick check confirms the street is still empty. As you slip out of the car, you notice some dark blotches in the fabric of the front passenger seat. Looking closer, it could be blood. You scrape a small sample into a test tube and label it Walsh car front passenger seat. Yeah, that's going to be Fatty Taylor's bloody nose. Luckily, you don't seem to have damaged the car door. It clicks shut with a firm shove. Underline knowledge R. Okay, well, we're never going to chance to get that blood analyzed. Doesn't matter. We have found the second casing. That's huge. That was one of our leading theories, is that Ida Maddox shot both times, but only one of the cartridges was found at the scene. And here we have the second one left in the car. Now it seems much more likely, especially with the 10-foot distance, that Ida Maddox is the shooter of the 2 bullets that hit Phil Jeffs, and that she shot him from within the car. So now we're walking into the greengrocer. A bell tinkles bravely as you enter William Walsh's greengrocery. Beyond the shelves of produce, over the wooden counter and through a back door, you can see 2 men speaking quietly, their heads close together. The bell jerks them apart, and the taller of the 2 strides to meet you at the counter, while the other man watches warily. "What can I do for you?" he asks cheerfully. "Are you William Walsh?" you ask. "Yep, that's me," he replies. Your gaze over his shoulder, locked on the eyes of the man in the back room, who you are certain must be his brother, Harry. "I'm a detective from the Darlinghurst station. I'd like to speak with your brother." Harry Walsh's eyes go wide. He turns and crashes out of the room through a side door. You're over the counter and right behind him as he runs up the hallway. He ducks into a room at the end and slams the door shut behind him. You lose a couple of seconds and shouldering through the door into the kitchen. Walsh is already out the back door and across the yard, and by the time you reach the back gate, he's careening off a fence and around the corner to Bellevue Street. Your shoes pinch as you pant after him. You're losing ground, and by the time you reach Albion Street, Walsh is fumbling to unlock his car down the road. For just a moment, you think you might catch him, but then he's in. The car roars to life and leaps forward. You jump to one side as the speeding motor car surges past and down the street. Panting and sore, you pick yourself up and watch it disappear around a corner. As you turn back toward William Walsh's shop, the door locks and the open sign is flipped to closed, and a blind comes down across the window. Circle knowledge O, time passes, and then we leave. All right, so there's our O that we got asked about at some point. And time passes. So we lose a force. But we've confirmed our fourth man. We now know all four men, and we've got our second casing. All right. So if you look at our remaining questions, who is the fourth driver and why? We now know it's Harry Walsh. Who shot Phil Jeffs twice in the chest and how to explain it? Okay, we now think this is automatics with her automatic. We'll worry about the details when we get asked that question, but I think we understand enough. How did it really happen? Okay, this is the stuff we're going to have to answer. But the only thing then we have left to do, if we want to, is visit the laundromat where automatics worked. Doesn't seem like that's going to be important to us. And maybe visit the places in Palm Court where not where Bennett went, but where Patty Roach went. And I said we could do that for free, so we might do that very quickly just for fun. We think he was there buying drugs, though, so really doesn't seem like there's much to learn, but maybe we'll visit. With the O, we could go back to Mrs. Walsh's house. Is that what we were asking about O? I could try it if you wanted to. Let's see. You're saying that at Walsh's house, we came in. Must have been something else. This was the entry that asked us about O, so it's probably just going to tell us it's closed if we come back with O. All right. Let me see what the chat is saying. The shell casing, the only other option would be Clark. Wasn't he in the back seat with her? It's her gun. She buried it in her house. I don't think there can be any doubt that she's the one who fires it. She's been carrying it lately. It's her gun, so that's that. But look, stop trying to solve the case yet. Let's wait till we get asked the question. The only question for us now is whether we should go to the apartments or go to the laundromat. All right, I'm going to take us to the laundromat and see if there's an entry for that we should care about at all. Okay, so the laundromat is actually the house. This doesn't seem right. Let's see where that laundromat is. So we're told she works in a laundromat. Okay, so I marked I marked this laundromat at 135 on Riley Street. Okay, so 135 is not Riley Street. So I guess there's no entry. We aren't meant to go to this laundromat. Maybe there's another laundromat, or maybe it's not important, but let's just skip it, since we don't think we need to know about where she worked. And it says, are there still loose ends? We closed the drug case at Palm Court. The only thing is that you're assuming, and I think you're probably right, that the reason Patty Patrick Roach snuck in quickly to Palm Court was to buy drugs. But that's just a guess. So I just want to make the reason we went to all the places in Garden Vale is I wanted to make sure there wasn't some other reason why he was in Palm Court. And since we took time to do all this based on a little bit of a bug, I'm going to let us visit these places in Palm Court, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, without paying anything, because we would have gone there instead of here. So I am going to let us go back. This is going to be our last thing we do, unless people can think of anything else to do. So we're going to finish canvassing Palm Court. We know there's drug dealers here. We think that's probably what Patty Patrick Roach went to do, but we're going to go to these places, these other ones in here, just to make sure no one says, oh yeah, Patrick Roach is my friend and he came to help me build a bookcase. Then we won't end up accusing him in a side case of going to buy drugs. So W.E. Lever, older man, is at the time of the riot, didn't hear anything, it's my ears. She wore them out. And did she wear them home again, you joke? Pardon? All right, we actually went there before, so we're not even going to bother to pay any time for that. J. Duckett. A young woman responds to your knock and listens carefully as you introduce yourself and your business. Yes, she heard the riot, stayed safely in her room. No, she can't tell you anything new about it. You thank her and leave. Again, I'm not charging us for time because we went and spent all the time while we were doing Garden Vale Hill. The rangy man who answers your door stares at you from the corner of his eye. Don't know nothing. Wafted on a thick cloud of alcohol fumes is the only reply you get to your inquiries. Abruptly, he shuts the door in your face. If G is underlined, which it is, or circled, read 111. This is going to be about the drug dealer. Okay, that's a bug. Palm Court, we were visiting Hill. So this is a bug. Let's see if we're meant to go here. This is the drug dealer below. We actually got all this. Okay, that's fine. We go back to 42. We go back to Palm Court. Okay, we saw that. That's the view you have of the drug dealer at 8, which we know who that is. Okay, what about this guy? Joe Carden, the resident of Flat 11, did see part of the brawl. In fact, he was one of the group of witnesses who you heard from that night. He has nothing new to add. You thank him. If knowledge G is circled, read 111. This is the exact same thing, right? Where you notice the drug dealing flat below. That's fine. And then we have Miss Rygate. No answer. 13 is Kelly. Whoa, that's a big long entry. The door opens to what appears to be a party in full swing. A dozen young men and women are crammed into the small apartment, most holding drinks. A gramophone plays scratchy ragtime in the corner. You explain who you are to the tipsy young man at the door, and he calls out across the room, "Hey, Bill, police want to talk to you." A well-built man in a light gray suit nods from the other side of the room. He has a stylish young woman in a fox fur stole clinging limply to one arm, obviously very drunk. Another man calls out, "Look out, Bill, her husband has finally tracked you down." This gains appreciative laughter from the room. As William Kelly makes his way to you, hindered by the woman, a man near the door prods you and drawls in an alcohol-fumed whisper, "Ah, there's There's old Bill Kelly, the ace Yankee pilot. Shot down 2 German planes in the war. Proper hero he is. Wild Bill reaches you and extends a steady hand. I'm William Kelly. How can I help you? His voice is deep and his American accent contrasts with the Aussie twang of his friends. Was just wondering if you or any of your guests witnessed the brawl here in Eaton Avenue on Tuesday night. Kelly thinks for a moment. Tuesday night. Hey, Wally, where were we drinking on Tuesday night? Wally, a jolly man sucking on a fat roll-your-own, answers, we were at Roos. He nods at one of the women. Kelly turns back to you. That's right. We were all over at Ruth Arnold's flat in Royston Place. On Tuesday evening, I heard about the fight the next day from my neighbor. But we didn't see anything. Sorry. You thank him anyway. Several of his guests raised their glasses to you as you leave. Okay, fun little entry, but not relevant for us. Lastly, we have an E. White and a Miss L. Ingle. Young man answers your knock. You quiz him at length. At the end of the conversation, realize it's been a waste of time. Okay. So our last person here is Miss L. Ingle. A middle-aged lady opens the door and seems very excited to see you. You're ushered in, backed into a chair, and handed a cup of tea. She then embarks on a long and complicated monologue involving her health, her daughter's wastrel husband, and the state of the city's tram cars. I think we might have read this. In a rare moment, she draws breath. You're able to interject a question about the case. Of course, dear, I'm just getting to that. Before launching into a detailed review of young people these days and speculating on the brand of wash soap used by the premier's wife. We did read this. The tea gets cold. She tells us about a couple more neighbors, some basic gossip, the cost of tinned peas, and then we finally get out of there. And we've got a kink in our back. Okay, so we've now finished Palm Court. I'm going to make us spend one more time. All right. I think we're done. I think we are done with this case now. So we're going to head over to the night and finish this case. So our conclusion is that Patrick Petty Roach went to buy drugs at Unit 8, which we know is Charles Passmore. So I think we understand everything. I don't think there are any more lingering questions we have other than figuring out exactly what happened with the shooting, which there's no more evidence to gather. So let's go read this ending entry and end our day here. All right, so our entry for ending the day is 1:14. I guess we're supposed to travel back to our precinct, which is different. So we're going to have to spend persuasion for that. Okay, I brought us down to here, spend an extra time. So it's now 11 a.m. and we're ending our case. Constable McGill appears. I'm glad I found you. It's time to meet McKay for the debrief. He leads you into the chief inspector's office. Okay, that's it. Here we go. 287. This is our finale here. Number 3 Police Station, Darlinghurst. Tuesday, 24 May, 1929, 2 p.m. It's actually 11 a.m. Chief Inspector McKay is a man of the people. When he came to lead the Darlinghurst station, he eschewed the large office overlooking Taylor Square, opting instead for a small room adjacent to the foyer where most of the action occurs. The office is only just big enough for you and McGill, occupying the 2 available chairs. McKay himself, seated behind his coffee-stained desk, and Butler, standing and leaning against the bookcase above you all. To start scoring your performance in the game, add up the final values of your abilities, observation, persuasion, and force, for a maximum of 19 points. Now add 1 point for each knowledge, A to beta, that is circled. Note that underlying knowledge does not score you points. Okay. So where is our score sheet? Okay, here's our Jesse, not quite an hour. Maybe we should break first. Okay, let's break and then we'll start our scoring. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Time for final scoring here. Okay. So add up your final values of your abilities and 1 point for each knowledge that is circled. All right. So our final abilities are 6, 4, and 3, which is 13 out of a maximum of 19. You could argue, though, that because it's 11 a.m. and we should have been able to rest until 2, that we could actually bump these up plus 4. I'm going to put a little 17 in this corner. And then knowledge. So circled items. It looks like we've only got 1, 2, 3. This was a bug. I guess it doesn't matter. So 1, 2, well, 2 out of 27 are missing. So 25. Although we say maximum of 27, so maybe this should be 26. 26 up there. All right, next. Once everyone is settled, McKay turns to Butler. So I understand you have a confession. Butler nods once. That's correct. We have a suspect in our custody who has confessed to shooting Philip Jeffs in the early morning of Wednesday. Ah, interesting, McKay strokes his chin, because McGill has a signed confession from a different suspect who also says they shot Jeffs. Ye can see me dilemma here. Perhaps ye can tell us about your suspect first, Butler. Question 1. Write down the names of the 2 people who you think have confessed to shooting Phil Jeffs. Okay, a fun question. Who do we think are the 2 people who have confessed to shooting Phil Jeffs? So let me write down what I think, and then I'll look at the chat and see if I want to change my mind based on your things. This is going to be Ida Maddox and Fatty Taylor. Now, whether he's lying to protect her is a separate question, and those are my answers. We arrested Ida. Is she the one whom McGill has? She the one who McGill has? I assume so. Yeah, we brought Ida in, so I assume Ida is the person McGill has. We could reread that part about when we bring her in, but I believe we bring her into McGill. And Anna, so Anna says the same answer as me, but Jonathan says I'm no, it's asking about the 2 different people who confessed. One confessed to Butler and one confessed to McGill. All right, so I'm agreeing with Anna that it's Ida Maddox and Fatty Taylor. Clark wouldn't confess. I agree with that. He is involved, though. Okay, seems like we're all in agreement, but there are 13 viewers. Anyone else who've joined us for all these 6 streams, don't you want to get in on this? Marco also agrees. I'm going to give you another minute for anyone else who wants to jump out of the background and at least get on the record. We're going to have a whole bunch of, we're going to have 9 questions here. Oh, here's our side case 1. Now, I just noticed side case 1s are down here. So we gave ourselves 3 points for side case 1 and 2 points for side case 2. All right, does anyone else want to jump out of the background and get on the record here? If you're watching this after the fact, you can write down your answers now too, and you can see how if you score any differently than us. All right, well, if we don't have any other answers, we're going to read the answer here. All right, let's split the screen here so we can see it. Butler clears his throat. During my interrogation of Phil Jeffs, soon after he was hospitalized, he intimated that 2 men had broken into his account on the night of the 7th, James Fatty Taylor and William Clark. I was able to apprehend both suspects immediately and charge them with attempted murder. Both men initially denied shooting Jeffs, but after lingering in their cells, Taylor abruptly changed his mind and signed a full and frank confession. Score 5 points for question 1 if you wrote down James Fatty Taylor. Okay, so we get 5 points for that. Butler goes on. Taylor's confession corroborates Jeff's story that Clark and Taylor broke in to demand money. According to Taylor, Jeffs refused. There was a struggle, and Jeffs jumped out the window. Taylor seized a gun from Clark, pursued and shot Jeffs as he fled down the street. Taylor and Clark drove away, leaving Jeffs to bleed out on the street corner. This fits with Jeff's version as well as with the physical evidence at the scene. A forced entry, signs of a struggle in the bedroom, footprints leading out the window, and finding a bullet casing on the roadside near where Jeffs collapsed. We have no reason to believe this is untrue and that Taylor was not the gunman. We even recovered a revolver from a wall cavity in Clark's bedroom. Okay, lots of flaws in that theory, right? First of all, he was shot in the front, not in the back. It's not consistent with shooting Jeff as he fled. It's not even consistent with what Phil Jeffs said. And the revolver would not have left the casing. So all full, Butler has got a theory full of flaws. McKay nods thoughtfully, then turns to McGill. You concur? McGill swallows and exchanges a quick glance with you. Actually, not everything in Taylor's confession makes sense. With all due respect to Inspector Butler, I'm concerned that there are 3 main pieces of evidence that don't fit. Write down what 3 pieces of physical evidence you think McGill is referring to. Okay, what 3 pieces did he get wrong? Okay, well, one, I'll say, this is question 2. So our wrong evidence, I'm going to say shot in the front. I'm going to say cartridge not from a revolver. He says shot Jeff as he fled down the street. Okay, that doesn't make sense because he was shot in the front. The bullet casing doesn't match the gun. That's not a revolver. What would the 3rd piece of evidence that doesn't fit be? I guess I would say maybe location of cartridge. Location of the cartridge is out by the back seat of the car, not by the road. That's Jonathan seems to be thinking same thing I'm saying. Yeah, okay. So it seems like Jan is in agreement as well. All right. And let's proceed to the answer. McGill proceeds carefully, aware that Butler is glowering down at him with arms folded. Butler doesn't like to be corrected in front of the boss. Well, firstly, we know Jeffs was shot twice, but only one bullet casing was recovered from the scene, despite a very careful search. It seems unlikely that Taylor, pursuing Jeffs down the street, would stop to retrieve a casing in the dark. Score 2 points for question 2 if you wrote that only one bullet casing was found. Otherwise, score 1 point if you wrote something else about the casing. I'm going to give us our 2 points for this because clearly we understood that whole thing about the two casings, about where the casing is. It's just our theory is even more complete. Butler interjects, why, there are lots of ways the casing might have been lost or moved from the scene. Such as? Butler thinks for a minute. Well, we know the milkman delivered to Jeff's door after the shooting, but before finding Jeff's in the intersection. He could have picked it up, or a bird might have. Butler tails off, realizing he's not convincing anyone. McGill comes to his rescue. Well, Butler's right. We can't rule out birds or other passers-by, though the police were on the scene within a very short time after. However, there's a second thing that doesn't add up. Jeffs was shot in the chest and stomach, but if he was fleeing, Taylor would have shot him in the back. Score a further 2 points for question 2 if you wrote down that the bullets entered Jeff's chest rather than his back. All right, I see it wants to stick these all in here. So I'm going to give us 2 plus 2. And so we got 2 points for both those. But Butler has an answer to this one too. So he was shot in the bedroom before fleeing. That would explain the single casing found outside. Taylor shot at him again, but missed. McGill responds, but the medical report says the shooter was at least 10 feet away. There wasn't room in the bedroom, and no shells were found there. Plus, why would Taylor say he shot him outside if he actually shot him in the bedroom? Butler is undeterred. So if Jeffs was shot outside, he could have turned around, maybe to confront Taylor. Yes, that's possible, McGill concedes, but there's a third objection. A bullet casing was found at the scene, suggesting an automatic weapon, but the gun recovered from Clark's room was a revolver. Score a final 2 points for question 2 if you wrote that Clark's gun was a revolver and would not therefore expel a cartridge at the scene. Score only 1 point if you wrote something else about the gun. I guess, yeah, okay, I'm going to give it, so we got 2 points for that. So I'm going to give us 6 points, but Jonathan thinks maybe I shouldn't have. Let's see. I'm not sure I'd give us the 2 points for not pointing out one cartridge. After stating the game reasoning made sense that he was being chased, the casing would not have been in the car. Yeah. I guess I'm going to give myself the 2 points. I'm going to give us the 2 points because I think that it would be a completely other valid objection that the location of the cartridge doesn't match where it should be. Although I guess maybe Butler would say it does match where he would be if he was chasing him and shot him. All right, I'll give us only 1 point for that. Even though we fully recognized how odd it would be for one casing, even though he came up with a reply. Anna says, looks like the blood in the bedroom doesn't bother them. All right, so I gave us the final 2 points here. All right, I changed it to a 5. I took away one of our points. Butler scoffs. The gunman might have ejected it by hand. That would explain the lack of shells in the bedroom. McKay sits back in his chair. True, true. You make a good point, Butler. But perhaps we should consider the other confession. He turns to you and McGill. So, talk us through it. Who's our other would-be killer? McGill responds, I took down the confession of Mrs. Ida Maddox of 141 Riley Street. Score another 5 points for question 1 if you wrote down Ida Maddox, which we did, so we get another 5 points. McKay recognizes the name instantly. Well, well, Ida Maddox. I thought we'd moved her out of Sydney after the Darlinghurst outrage, as the papers called it. Yeah, but she came back. Her mother died, her husband went to sea for good, and her uncle, who helped support her, was here in Sydney, so she returned. McKay is thinking, the outrage. The alleged rape was in a flat just around the corner from Eaton Avenue. This got something to do with the fracas in Eaton Avenue? Question 3, write down how you think the Eaton Avenue brawl started. Okay, this is the one where that Anna was critical in. The gang saw Ida Maddox and shouted out, "You've come back for more." And then Addie Roach thought they were catcalling his girlfriend, who's Phyllis Brooker, and he lunged at the pale gang member. Is that Leslie Heath, I think? And then the brawl started. Okay, any disagreement there? I want to make a note. So I hope you are all keeping notes as we play of feedback. We always review these games we play on the channel after we're done. So I'm definitely going to want to hear from everyone, your thoughts. But I wanted to make a note about so I really love this way of walking us through a sort of story while we get our answers tested, and where we're allowed to decide how much each score is worth. This multi-step thing was done in Razorhurst. It's brilliant. I loved it in the first Razorhurst. It's been influential for me in terms of thinking about how finales and scoring should be done in New York Noir. I do think, though, however, I think there's one little caveat that we got that has happened to us here that is a little bit of a danger zone that's worth thinking about. And that's just that the group here in the chat was hypothesizing, theorizing different theories of how the shooting went down. And we talked about it, but I suggested that it's premature for us to spend too much time on it, and we'll spend time at the end. And the only sort of gotcha here is that we've just started rolling into these unfolding of the case theory without us ever really laying out our complete theory of the case. And it's a little dangerous. I feel like maybe we should stop here for a second and come up with our best independent theory of what we think happened before people start telling us. Because like we just walked into Fatty Taylor gave us a new confession, and if we're not careful, we're going to turn the page and Ida Maddox is going to give us a confession. So I think we should pause before we continue here and not just give our explanation of how the brawl started, but give our best explanation if you had to hypothesize about how the actual shooting went down. Now is the time before we get it told to us. So we're going to pause from this for a second, and we are going to get everyone on the record about your best guess as to what really happened. So we know what Phil Jeffs claims, right? Phil Jeffs claims that it was William Taylor and James Fatty Taylor and William Clark busted in his room, shot him twice, ran, he chased them, and then he passed out. If I had to guess, what I would guess happened is that, here's my theory, and then I want everyone to come up with their own theory, but here's my theory. And you can give details that are not even part of the official case. I think that Ida Maddox needed money, convinced Fatty Taylor and his friends to rob Phil Jeffs. Not necessarily shoot him, maybe, but to strong-arm rob him. They park here. Harry Walsh is the driver. Ida Maddox is in the back seat with her gun, her automatic. Fatty Taylor and William Clark go in to rob him. Phil Jeff gets up, recognizes the two, bolts out the front window, starts running. He's recognized the two who he eventually says were the people who shot him. In the heat of the moment, though, he hasn't been shot. He's just trying to escape. He hears them smashing in the door. He jumps out. He just starts running. He could have run this way. He didn't. He just chose to run this way. As he's running, Ida Maddox realizes things have gone wrong. As he runs past her, bang, bang, 2 shots in the chest. He doesn't, in the heat of the moment, he doesn't even know who shot him. He assumes that it's the 2 that broke into his house that have shot him. He's just on adrenaline. He runs, he passes out. Taylor and Clark come out, get back into the car, pull out, drive past the body home. That's my theory. I'm not even sure they even took out the gun. But maybe they did take out the gun, show it to him, he just bolted. But my theory is that William Clark and Fatty Taylor are still in the house at the time that Phil Jeffs is running. And he runs right past the car, 10 feet away, bang, bang, she shoots him. He's still running, hasn't even had time to, it's only like 20 feet, before even a drop of blood escapes his pajamas. He passes out, down, and down he goes. And then 30 seconds later, everyone's in the car, back up, and out they go. Anna says, my guess is Taylor and Clark broke in with the revolver not to kill him. Ida shot from the car twice. Jeffs didn't see her and the driver because the street lamp was out. Only saw the two he named who broke in. Marcus says, I agree with Jesse. Jonathan Warner says, I largely agree with your theory. I think the street light was out as he started to run towards the car, then came on. That's when Ida Maddox sees him, shoots him. Perry agrees. John says, I also think I might disagree slightly where the car is. I don't think it was so far into the neighbor's driveway. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. Maybe it's sticking out all the way this way. Although look at how thin that is. But okay, maybe it's sticking out. But yeah, it's dark. He didn't see it. I think if he had saw Ida Maddox, he would have told the police. It's just he didn't even see it. He saw these two come in. He recognized them. Maybe they pulled a gun on him and he just bolted. And in all the adrenaline, he didn't even realize who shot him. He may not have even realized where he got shot, in the back or the front. Bullet almost came out the back, so he may have even thought he got shot in the back. And I don't think they got into the car till he was already lying dead here in this ground. Jonathan Warner says, I think he saw someone in the car but didn't have time to process it. Someone sitting in a car shooting at you while you're panicked running in the dark with a lamp that's mostly out. I'm not even sure you'd be able to recognize them if you were looking right at them. All right, does anyone want to, if you disagree in any other way from my theory, now is the time to get on the record. Maybe you think he was shot in the house. Maybe you think he was shot here. I can imagine another scenario is they rob him, they get in the car, they start driving away, he's chasing, and they get in the car, they're all the way to here, he's back here chasing, then bang, bang, they shoot him from the back of the car as they're driving away. That would explain why there's no blood anywhere except here. I just don't think that's likely. It's hard to shoot someone in that situation. I think it's more likely that he was running away. There and here, she shoots him, and he manages to run a little bit further. Anna says, I think the two jump out the window, hop in the car. Jeff chases Ida. Then Ida shoots him before he catches up with them. Then the car starts. That's the part that's a theory that I don't think makes sense. Like, I think you could make the case that they rob him, they run, the two get to the car, they pull out, and as they're driving away, he's chasing them, and then they turn the corner, chasing them, and they shoot him. Ida shoots him, and he dies. But if you think that, Anna, if you think that the two assailants jump out, they run towards the car, and Phil Jeffs is chasing them into the car, I don't think that makes sense because they're parked in here front first. If she shoots him here, I don't see how he gets here. Like, you think they shoot him and then they have time to back out while he's what, standing here? They back out, he's standing here yelling at them. Then they drive and he chases the car and passes out. I think then you'd have blood here. So I think it would make more sense if he's running alone and they're still in the house when she shoots him and he's trying to escape, not chase them. If he's trying to chase them into the car, then it feels to me like you'd have a scene here where he's trying to stop the car, etc., etc. And if he knows that he got shot from the car, then he would have described that more, I think. Jeffs can't see Ida in the dark, but she can see him well enough to shoot him twice in the chest. I think that makes a little sense. I mean, first of all, think about it. She knows that he's in here. She's expecting that if someone comes running, it could be him. There may be a light over here somewhere. She sees a body running. All she has to do is recognize there's a body running. And she's awake and fully conscious and knows what to expect and maybe is sitting there with her gun aimed this way. Whereas Phil Jeffs has just been woken up. He's in a full panic. He thinks the people behind him are trying to catch him and kill him. He's not even entertaining the idea that could be someone else shooting at him. So I think Phil Jeffs is just in a total panic, half asleep, running for his life this way. And at some point, 10 feet away from the car, he gets shot twice. He assumes it's these two guys shooting him from the back. Probably can't even tell, not even thinking straight, and just keeps on running at top speed until he gets to here, and eventually he collapses. And then a little while later, they get in the car and they drive right by him. Surprised they didn't shoot him an extra time in the back. And probably at that point, they're all yelling like, what just happened? It all went wrong. All right, everyone's on the record enough. Now we'll continue with the game. Write down how you think the Eaton Avenue brawl started. Okay, and we wrote that down. I think we're all in basic agreement with this. Starting with Itomadix being seen by the gang. You've come back for more. Patty Roach thinks they're talking about his girlfriend. He attacks the pale guy, who we think is Leslie Heath, who throws off his jacket. They get into a fight. Brawl starts. Then William Archer gets shot in the head, in the leg, whatever. But just wants to know how it started. McGill consults a sheaf of papers, including Ida Maddox's typed confession. Yeah, Miss Maddox says she went to Eaton Avenue that night to visit a friend. As she reached the Grampians building, a man called out to her. She looked back and recognized Leslie Heath, one of her alleged attackers. He asked if she was back for more and performed an obscene gesture. Mrs. Maddox was very shaken and fled inside to her friend's flat. McGill takes another sheet of paper, which you recognize as one of your daily reports. He looks up at you and you give him a nod to indicate he should continue. Meanwhile, Patrick Roach was emerging from Gardenvale Flats. He mistakenly thought Heath was shouting and gesturing at his girlfriend, Phyllis Brooker. So he confronted them. The two started fighting. Heath's friends, including Phil Jeffs and William Archer, joined in. I think you know the rest. Score up to 5 points, depending on how well you answered question 3. Okay, so we got the full 5 points. Well done to the gang here, and Anna for noticing the part about you're back for more. This is the first, we've talked about this before with the first Razorhurst. This is the first Sherlock Holmes style consulting detective game that basically says you decide how much of the 5 points you deserve based on how well you understood it. To me, that was sort of a revelation, because that's the way we've always played these games. And Razorhurst was the first set of games that started formalizing that. It just makes so much sense to me that you let the player figure out how much they understood. McKay taps his lips with one index finger. I know of Roach. He's a thug in the making. Newspapers wrote Jeffs and his friends were fighting a rival gang over drugs. Is that true? Who they were fighting, and what did drugs have to do with it? Write down how drugs contributed to the Eaton Avenue brawl. So our answer for question 4 is not at all, except that Patty was probably buying drugs when it started, right? When he came out. So maybe he's a little distracted and hyped up on drugs. Any other? Anna agrees. Any other? Anyone else want to disagree? John says, what about Phil Jeffs' men? Were they there to discuss drugs with Passmore? Oh, that's an interesting idea. Oh, I don't know the exact answer, but I am going to add Jonathan's theory. Possibly gang at Eaton to intimidate the local drug dealers. They're not selling drugs out of there, we don't think. I don't think Charles Passmore is one of their gang, right? All right. Anything to add to that? Archer was there too. But remember, their friend's house is right next door. So it's quite possible that they were just there near the area. We haven't found any other reason why that gang is there. Maybe there's some apartment they were there to visit, but we don't know about it. We never knocked on that door. We don't know. All right, let's read our answer here. McGill has been doing a good job, so you nod for him to continue. As far as we can tell, the link to drugs was purely speculative. Roach had indeed just purchased a small amount of cocaine from Charles Passmore, who was occupying flat 8 of Gardenvale, but the newspaper claimed that a rival gang battled Jeffs because he was selling them weak cocaine was untrue. You watched Butler carefully, aware that he had publicly supported that theory. He has his arms folded and is frowning, but otherwise does not react to McGill's words. And how do you know that? Asks McKay. Well, we know Jeffs was dealing drugs out of Archer's bathhouse on Yurong Lane. We got samples of cocaine from there, as well as from other local dealers, Passmore, Elliott, and others, and the composition of Jeff's product was very standard, 50-50 cocaine and boracic acid. Score yourself up to 5 points for question 4 if you said the riot was not drug-related. Noted that Roach purchased cocaine. Remember that we really wanted to nail that down, and this is giving us credit for that. Okay, and that Jeff's cocaine was typical. All right, we knew all that. So I'm going to give us the full 5 points for that. So who was Jeff's fighting? Just a bunch of residents from Eaton Avenue, mostly. There was Charles Sorley, the superintendent of one of the buildings, Fred Johns, a former champion wrestler, Jim Gregory, a passerby called Siddell, who got drawn into the fight, and the weapon that shot Archer was given to Sorley by a Miss Freeman from Flat 1 of the Grampians. What's the link between Eaton Avenue and Jeff's getting shot on Rainbow Street? Is there a link? Oh, yes, there sure is. Write down the link, if any, between the brawl and Jeff's shooting. Well, I guess our real link is that Itematics gets triggered. By being yelled at by Leslie Heath. And she gets the idea to rob. Well, I think she gets the idea to rob him. And some of you in the channel might think she's trying to extort him or blackmail him. I guess she sees Phil Jeffs. And she must realize that maybe she learns where he lives, but this is what triggers the idea to get money from him. Just seeing Phil Jeff. Maybe she learns about it later. Oh, this whole gang was here. It's Phil Jeffs. He's a bad guy. He deserves everything that comes to him. He beat up people. right? Like maybe she hears about this brawl and everyone's talking about how Phil Jeffs is a terrible guy, deserves anything that comes to him, etc. Harry says when she saw Jeffs running towards her. Well, Jeffs is not running towards her, but she gets called out by that guy. And he makes the obscene gesture. It just angers her. She realizes they owe her. They owe her for her suffering. All right. They owe her for suffering. I'm going to put. Okay. So basically, though, she gets triggered and she gets the idea. Oh, I see. The brawl and the shooting. Oh, yeah. I guess you could also say trauma from Jeff's. Okay. I see what you're saying. You're answering the question about why not did she rob, but why did she actually shoot him? And I think you're right. Trauma from attack triggered her to shoot when she saw him running towards her. Okay, I see what you're trying to say there, Perry. John says, in retrospect, this extortion or robbery scam comes together very quickly if they go to Jeff's house the same night as this fight. I think she had already had the idea to rob him, but the threat at Eton was enough to trigger the shooting. Interesting. It is rather quickly that it happened. But maybe it was as simple as she goes home that evening and she says her boyfriend sees, William Taylor sees she's completely messed up. And she's like, they're there. They know I'm in town. They're going to come get me. We got to rob him and leave. Maybe that's the other detail you might add. She realizes they know she's in town and fears for her life. She figures maybe it's now or never. Or Marco says she told her friend at Eton she had the idea to get money from someone. So maybe just seeing him made her realize maybe she wasn't even following that Phil Jeffs is now a rich guy. And when she saw the whole gang there, she realized, hey, he's a big shot gang member now. We'll rob him. Whatever. It spurred off the idea. Okay, let's read. McGill pulls out Ida Maddox's confession. Ida Maddox is the link. According to her, she was visiting her friend in Eaton Avenue to borrow money. Her rent was overdue. She needed to buy eyeglasses for her daughter, Dorothy. Her children were being minded by a neighbor, Mrs. Frances Walsh, who is the sister of James Fatty Taylor. After the brawl, she returned there and told them what happened. They were aware of her past, how Jeffs was involved with the Darlinghurst outrage, and that she needed money. Ida then asked them to help her get some money from Jeffs since he owed her. Taylor enlisted his flatmate Clark, an aspiring gangster, to come along. According to Ida Maddox, that's how she, Taylor, Clark, and Walsh ended up driving out to Rainbow Street that night in Walsh's car. Give yourself 5 points depending on how well you answered question 5. Okay, well, that gives us our full 5 points. There is silence as everyone watches McKay processing this new information. After a moment, he reacts. So, what does Ida Maddox say happened at Rainbow Street? Write down what you think really happened at Rainbow Street, who shot Jeffs, and how it came about. Okay, so this is the theory we talked about. I will summarize my theory, which is that Fatty and Clark break in. The surprise Jeffs, who flees out his window. Fatty hits nose on door. Then Jeffs runs past car to escape down Forsyth. Shot twice by Ida Maddox from car. One casing in car, one out. As he runs past at a distance of 10 foot, and he collapses on Forsyth, not realizing who shot him. And then Fatty and Clark return to car. They all drive off. That's my theory. And in that case, the shooting, I'll just make a note, shooting not planned, just robbery. Now, the robbery part you might disagree with. You might think that they were just there to tell him, hey, you owe her money. But if he said no, they were gonna rob him. But they weren't planning to shoot him. I agree with that. Okay, I'd only wanted money, only shot in panic. Another theory, only Fatty went in, then Jeff escaped from the window and was shot by Clark, aspiring ganger with Ida's gun. That's an interesting theory. I don't buy it, though. But John says, I basically agree with the theory. I still think the street light is going to have started off and come on as he got closer to the car. He shot into game position in the local mob. Okay, well, I don't agree with that, but that's an interesting theory. We all agreeing that she didn't plan to shoot him. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense that it's a premeditated shooting, because she would have gone into the house if she was planning to shoot him, or they would have shot him. The only thing that might be different here, though, is it's possible the two men went in there to kill him and rob him, and he just escaped. But we have no real evidence of that, and they're certainly not shooting at him. Well, we don't know, but it doesn't seem like there's any sign that the two men shot at him. They were probably just going to hold him up with the gun, although you have to wonder about something. Bill Jeffs is a serious gangster, and he knows these two. He recognized them. So how did they think they were going to get away with this? They were going to rob him at gunpoint, and he wasn't going to get his revenge on them? That's a little iffy. He's got a full gang. If they let him live, don't you think he was going to get his revenge on them after they robbed him? So I really wonder if they weren't going to kill him after they robbed him. I'm going to change my theory. I'm not saying they're going to confess to this, but I'm going to say the shooting not planned by Maddox. I guess if I was a cop, I would believe that they were probably going to kill him, despite what they say. But I'm just going to say the shooting by Ida was not planned. but Taylor and Clark unknown. Because I don't see how they were going to thought they were going to get away with this. But stranger things have happened. Criminals aren't the smartest people. Sometimes they think they can rob you and be known. There's lots of some of the worst, most crime-ridden neighborhoods. The criminals are robbing each other and everyone knows who they are. They're just too scared. But Phil Jeffs, I don't feel like you could rob him and get away with it. So Jonathan says, I don't think there was much thought in the plan. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Let's read our answer here. Anna says, yeah, thinking Phil Jeffs wasn't at home, try to rob his place was a better theory earlier, but no evidence for that. Well, that's a pretty clever idea, actually. The idea that they didn't expect to find him there. But we don't have any evidence that they thought he wouldn't be there, but that's an interesting idea. All right, let's read. An expectant hush has fallen, which McGill breaks by referring to Ida Maddox's confession. He speaks carefully. She says they parked under the street lamp perpendicular to the road. She was sitting in the right back seat behind Walsh, who was driving. She and Walsh waited in the car while Taylor and Clark went to knock on Jeff's door. Nobody answered, so they waited, knocked again, and called out. That's when Mrs. Maddox heard a thump as they forced the door and went inside. At this point, Butler interjects, seemingly in an attempt to reestablish himself in charge of the case. We know Jeffs was the only one home, and that he actually did react to the presence of Taylor and Clark at his door. He had pulled his trousers on over his pajamas and donned slippers. He may have been heading toward the door when he heard it broken in. McGill turns to the next page of the confession and takes up Ida Maddox's narrative again. There were shouts and sounds of a struggle within the house. Mrs. Maddox and Mr. Walsh waited nervously in the car. Maddox had a pistol, which she had purchased after the outrage, and she had removed it from her bag. It went quiet in the house, and Mrs. Maddox could hear rapid footfalls approaching and rough breathing. It was dark. There was no moon, and the street light under which they were parked had flickered out. Suddenly the light came on, and there was Jeff's, face contorted, running straight at her. This is Jonathan's emphasis, that it was the light coming on suddenly that scared her. Here McGill reads from the confession, tracing the words with his fingers. The light flickered on and off, and at each flash he was closer, frozen like a frame in a motion picture movie. His face was red, his mouth open, and his eyes were staring right at me like a demon from hell. All the horror of Kings Lane Flats came crashing through me, and I panicked. I shot him. Bang, bang. Then the light went out. Ida's words seemed to hang over the silence in McKay's office. Nobody moves. Then McGill clears his throat, breaking the spell. She goes on to describe how Walsh backed the car out onto the street. Taylor and Clark jumped in and they sped away. Initially, Maddox was stunned, but she snapped out of it when they nearly ran down a pedestrian in Kensington. She noticed Taylor's face was bleeding, gave him her handkerchief to clean it up. Walsh dropped her home. Next morning, she buried the gun in the back garden. That's the end of her confession. However, we did track down Walsh's vehicle at his aunt's home in Wollongong. There were traces of blood on the passenger seat that matched Taylor's rare blood type. And there was a single .38 caliber bullet casing under the driver's seat, identical to the one recovered from Rainbow Street. Score yourself up to 10 points how well you answered. Okay, so that's a full 10 points. We got that 100% correct, including all the details about the second bullet, the blood in the car being Taylor's, and the handkerchief, all that. McKay comments, well, that's a bit more compelling, albeit a wee bit fanciful version of events. I still have a couple of questions. First, why would Jeff say he was shot by Taylor rather than Ida Maddox? Okay, question 7, write down why you think Jeffs implicated Taylor rather than Miss Maddox. Okay, so they had a little bit of a difference of opinion here originally. My hypothesis is he didn't even see Ida Maddox or recognize her. And he was so panicked and half asleep, he was just running. And I will note, he was just running to escape, and maybe even thought shot by Betty, Taylor, and Clark, maybe even from behind. But he probably wasn't even thinking about it. I will note that the chief police says, like, all right, well, I believe what she's saying, except she's probably exaggerating it a bit to help clear her. I mean, everyone's lying a little to the cops when they're involved in this kind of thing. So I think the chief of police is like, that's basically right. Maybe she really did want to kill him, and she wasn't in that much fear. Maybe he wasn't heading right towards her. Maybe in her mind he was heading towards her, but in reality he was just trying to escape. I think that's more likely. Thinking Jeffs wasn't at home trying to rob his place was a better theory earlier. No evidence. Agree, Jesse and Anna, no evidence for playing robbery. Okay, so does anyone want to disagree here now? Because this was a point what we disagreed with. Which is, why did Jeff say he was shot by Taylor? And you really have two options here. One theory that some of the people in the channel favored was that he knew Ida Maddox shot him, saw her, but that he didn't want to mention her because of the whole outrages. Okay, so Anna still believes that. Anna's theory is that he did know that it was Ida Maddox, but he doesn't want to admit a girl shot him, and he doesn't want to bring up the whole outrage stuff. But for me, I think he only said anything about who shot him when he was on his deathbed and thought he wasn't going to make it. So Jonathan Warner is sort of splitting the baby. He says, realistically, I agree with Jesse, but I suspect the game will say it's about ego. Okay, Marco and Anna think the answer is that he doesn't want to admit he was shot by her. And Jonathan agrees with me about what would be the truth in this 1929 case, but thinks the game will say it's about ego. Okay. Well, let's find out what the game says. Here we go. Of course, this is all a true story, but we don't know if this is a part where John Kean is embellishing or newspapers are embellishing. Let's find out what the game world thinks. Perhaps Jeff really did think Taylor shot him, says McGill. It was dark and confusing, or maybe he knew it was Mrs. Maddox, but he felt sorry for her after the events of last year and was trying to do right by her before he died. In the back of the room, Butler is shaking his head. McGill goes on, but I think it's most likely that a tough character like Jeff's would not want to admit he had been laid low by a woman. Much more manly to be taken down by a strapping Taylor than a trembling Maddox. Okay, so the game is splitting the baby, but splitting the baby as well. It's not taking a definitive position, but it feels like we should get like 4 points for this because we answered this and even considered all this. So I'll just give us the full 3. That was question 7. McKay nods. I can see that. But what I don't see is why Taylor would go along with it. Why should he confess to attempted murder? Okay, well, we know the answer to 8. I think we're all in agreement with 8. He's trying to protect his girlfriend, Ida Maddox, who is broken and who he loves. Yeah? Any disagreement here? I don't think there's any other reason why he would confess. All right, let us click. Once again, McGill answers. Taylor only confessed after he saw we had arrested Ida. He must have seen her escorted past his cell. He was trying to protect her. They're in a relationship. Well, it must be true love, comments McKay, because if Jeff dies, Taylor could hang. Give yourself 1 point for question 8 if you wrote that Maddox and Taylor were in a relationship. Okay. And then here's our last question. McKay plants his hands on the desk and stands. Well done, team. He shakes your hand one by one, even Butler's. Then he stops and tilts his head in thought. Oh, there's just one wee thing that still bothers me. The press had made a big deal out of the fact that Jeff's electric iron was still warm when we arrived. Doesn't seem to fit the timeline for the shooting. What do you say to that? Write down why you think the iron was still warm. Okay, does everyone remember this one? Was on same switch circuit as the table lamp. Turned on by police. Remember, that was one of the early things. We walked in, the police flipped on the light, and we noticed that the light and the iron were triggered by the same circuit, the same switch. McGill was slightly shamefaced as he answers, well, it transpired that the iron was plugged into the same power socket as the lamp in the living room. So when we turned the lamp on, we inadvertently warmed the iron. Big Bill McKay gives a hearty laugh and claps McGill on the shoulder as he escorts you all out. Give yourself 1 point for question 9 if you noted the iron was plugged in with the lamp. Now total up your points. Okay, let's see what we got here. 13, 38, 43, 48, 53, 58, 63, 68, 78, 81, 82, 83, 86, 87, 88. Does that seem right? Let's add it up again backwards. 5, 6, 7, 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 75, 88. 88, or if we give ourselves extra points, you could say as high as +4, +1, +5 would get us to 93. Because the game ended at 2 p.m. and if we had rested, which it seems like we should be allowed to, we would have gotten 4 more. So somewhere between 88 and 93. All right, so you can see Lillian Armfield is either being promoted to superintendent or commissioner. I feel like commissioner would be appropriate. I think we can give ourselves the 93. Well, we still have to read the epilogue, but I think it's safe to give ourselves some confetti. Well done to the entire team. Pretty well. We didn't get anything substantially wrong. Okay, let's clear that and let's read the epilogue. Friday, 7 June 1929, Central Police Court, 98 Liverpool Street. It's Fatty Taylor's deposition hearing for the attempted murder of Phil Jeffs. The courtroom's full, as it often is these days, but anything involving Jeffs draws a crowd. You watch the preliminaries from an anonymous seat in the back corner. Then the prosecution announces it will call its first witness, Mr. Philip Jeffs. The crowd leans forward and you find yourself joining them. This is, after all, the moment everyone has been waiting for. Phil Jeffs steps sprightly to the front of the court, looking very much alive and significantly larger than life. He sports a heavy blue overcoat over a plum-colored suit. Everything about him suggests flair, energy, and a scornful disdain for the whole institution of justice. He enters the witness box as a great performer mounts the stage, and the crowd laps it up. Chief Stipendiary Magistrate Mr. Gates bangs his gavel, more to reassert his presence than anything else, for every eye is on Jeffs, every ear eagerly awaiting whatever he might utter. Butler steps forward for the prosecution, and the stage is set for another clash of these two towering personalities. Butler does his best to strike a commanding pose, but it's clear he's merely the supporting actor in this show. Mr. Jeffs, I was called to your bedside in St. Vincent's Hospital at 2:45 a.m. on the morning of Friday, 10 May, where you were near death from gunshot wounds sustained in the early hours of the preceding Wednesday. Can you confirm for the court you intimated to me that at the time that you were shot by the defendant, James Ernest Taylor, after he and William Clark broke into your home on Rainbow Street demanding money? Butler pivots dramatically to gesture to the stony-faced defendant. Jeffs waits before answering, stroking his silk tie as he prolongs the drama, relishing his power. Finally, he clears his throat and replies in clear but understated tones. Of course not. The prosecution is mistaken. Taylor and Clark are both close friends to me and would never do such a thing. The police are deliberately misrepresenting my words in order to persecute these two fine, upstanding young men. For shame. The courtroom goes wild. Jeff stands and receives his ovation with smug dignity. For once, Butler looks tired and defeated. Mr. Gates has to bang his gavel for some time with increasing energy before order is restored. He stares sternly around the fidgeting courtroom before focusing on Butler. Does the prosecution have anything else? Butler sighs and gives his head a tiny shake. To his credit, he knows when he's beaten. No, Your Honor. Gates pauses, then pronounces, since there's no prima facie case, the defendant is hereby dismissed. You wait in your corner seat as the tumultuous courtroom empties around you. Taylor leaves a few paces ahead of Jeffs in the chattering audience. Butler slips away through a side door like a beaten dog. The last to file out is a small man in a dark overcoat, the reporter, Springleaf. As he reaches the door, apparently unaware of your presence, you call over to him. George! He stops with one hand on the courtroom door and looks across. A question is forming in your mind, something that seems important but takes a moment to formulate. After I visited the Truth Archive, you were following me. You saw what I saw, and you must have worked out what really happened. That night in Rainbow Street, you know who shot Phil Jeffs? Why haven't you written about it? So he's the guy who was following us that we kept seeing. Springleaf looks at the floor, at his hand, at the ceiling, and finally meets your gaze. For once, his reply lacks any hint of sarcasm, and it surprises you. For the same reason your department head hasn't charged her. Ida Maddox has been through enough already. Sometimes truth is less important than justice. He blinks, nods once, and slips out the door. You sit a while longer in the empty courtroom, inhaling the scents of polished wood and perspiration. The judge's podium, the witness stand, the tables of lawyers, the benches of the public gallery, and above all, the coat of arms declaring, "Do et mon droit," God and my right. Every detail of this subdued scene seems designed to suggest calm solidity, the unquestionable righteousness of the law. But you know how fragile the ideals of law and truth really are. Like Springleaf said, truth and justice are not always the same thing. And in Razorhurst, sometimes you must choose between them. Razorhurst justice has little to do with the police, this courtroom, or the law. It has other ways of making itself felt. Today's performance has somehow redressed an invisible imbalance. A kingpin has redeemed himself of the terrible sin of narking on another criminal, and a man and a woman are now free to discover whether together they can shake off the mess of their former lives. You know from the doctors that, contrary to appearances, Jeffs is still weak and unwell. You also know he's making plans to leave Sydney to recuperate beside the sea in Etalon. That sleepy little town is not going to know what hit it. But you're sure he'll be back one day. Razorhurst has a draw, a magnetic pull that men like Jeffs cannot resist. It's there beneath the ceaseless chatter and noise of city life. It works in the shadows of the street corners and alleyways. And it shows itself most clearly, perhaps, in the flash of moonlight on steel. You stand, stretch, and pace to the door. A pause, one deep oak-scented breath, and then a bold stride into the blinding glare of midday. There you have it. Razorhurst Blood Alley goes out with a bang. All right, we're going to take an 8-minute break, a full 8-minute break. I want you to put together your thoughts on this 20 plus hours we've been playing. And we're going to talk about it when we come back. Favorite parts, least favorite parts, game design thoughts. Let's try to give John Kean some constructive suggestions. If this is a trilogy, and this is the second one, we'll see a part 3 in a year or 2 or 4. But let's try to be constructive. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll talk about the experience. Here we are, 3 hours in. Time to talk about our experience playing Razorhurst Blood Alley, which we've done over the course of maybe 23 hours. Lots of talk in the chat with opinions. I'm going to go to them and talk about and show them in a minute. I want to start out with one thing, though, which to me is still shocking. Before we get into game mechanics and how well this worked as a mystery game, it needs to be said how unusual it is, almost unheard of, to have a true story be made into such a successful, engaging game. And it's still sort of hard. It's hard to, it doesn't even really register that these are true events. And it's only when you start looking at the newspaper and you realize these are real newspapers. That's a real person from 90 years ago. A real woman, Ida Maddox. And there were real court trials. That still blows my mind. That Phil Jeffs, who we just heard about in this epilogue, get up in his purple suit and deny that he ever accused these people of shooting him because he's sticking with his criminal ethics. This is a real gangster from 90 years ago in Australia. These are the real crime scene photographs. There was a real trial. There was a real ex-girlfriend. There was a real manager of a neighboring building who got beat up and fired a shotgun and hit one of these guys in the leg. There was a real Constable Buckler. I mean, obviously liberties get taken with these things, but we had a real trial where 5 guys are accused of sexual assault and some unknowns, right? Like not a perfect victim. And some of the details aren't just elided in the game, but elided in real life. They may be unknowns. And then the idea of John Kean doing all this research about this real case and then on his own creating this gigantic, epic game with so much real detail in it is just shocking. It is shocking. To my knowledge, it's never been done before. As I said, the closest we've seen to putting a real-life case into a game like this are the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Jack the Ripper cases. And they are a very pale comparison to this. They don't even come close. So this is a huge achievement, even if the game was terrible. Even if the game and the mystery and everything about it was broken and terrible, this would be a fascinating experiment. Now, the fact that you can see how successful this game was is a real achievement, and just, huge credit to John Kean for making such a great game out of a true story, really. All right, there's more to be said about the mechanics and stuff, but let's spend some time looking at the thoughts from the people who have played this along with me. Anna and Jonathan both played Razorhurst, the first Razorhurst, as well. Anna says, what a great epilogue. I mean, it was a great epilogue. It would be nice to hear from John Kean. The only thing I think we're missing here is a little epilogue from John Kean about the writing of this case. I'd like to see him write a little bit more about how he did the research and what facts he might have added and changed. The epilogue was terrific. All right, let's see. Jonathan Warner says, sorry if I say something contradictory to what I said for the original Razorhurst. It has been a while. Overall, a very ambitious game with a lot of well-written scenes. Started very strong, ended strong. I do think in the middle it may have meandered a bit. Anna said, I love this one as well. Bugs were expected, not a minus. I don't like the maps and directory part, too clanky. Play came to a screeching halt, but for me, Razorhurst 1 with the cards was ideal. Harry says, beginning struck me as a bit slow, but it really picked up when we got the police file on the assault a year later, then full speed. Jonathan says, I don't mind the directory and maps. I think if the maps weren't missing numbers, it would not have dragged very much. I do think there probably needs to be a longer example of the directory in the prologue. The long beginning helped it feel like a bigger epic case. Getting the extra map of the apartment complex was very exciting when it happened. Jonathan and Perry are talking about the fact that midway through the game, we got this police file, which included, maybe we got this separately from the police file. And then at some point we got this, and then we got this police file that is a statement from the uncle, a picture of the original courtroom trial. This would have been a sketch that was conducted by a courtroom sketch artist at the time, 1929. And then we've got this document and a couple more newspaper articles. Anna says there are historical notes at the end. Are there that I didn't read? Maybe they are not. Oh, historical notes. All right, let's read those and come back. Eaton Avenue really was known as Blood Alley due to the number of muggings committed there. But after the events described here, the local property owners petitioned to have its name changed to Bayswater Avenue to avoid association with gang violence. Today, it's known as Bayswater Mews, and according to the real estate listings I was able to find, it forms an attractive and affluent backwater in bustling King's Cross. It was fascinating to step inside these apartments via real estate photographs and imagine the lives of their countless residents. You can even view the original blueprints of all the buildings online at the City of Sydney archives. Recent publications all refer to the Blood Alley riot as a prearranged showdown between rival gangs, Phil Jeff's mates versus some similar but unnamed gang over drugs. But the contemporary newspaper sources suggest it was just a haphazard brawl that started when one of Jeff's intoxicated friends insulted a young woman and her male escort took exception. There's no mention of drugs except as early speculation before eyewitnesses could tell their stories. There does not appear to be any rival gang involved, and modern authors may be conflating it with the gang brawl in nearby Kellett Street less than 3 months later. However, there may be more information in the local Australian archives that I cannot access digitally. The scenario I concocted here tries to satisfy all the contemporary newspaper stories rather than the contradictory modern myths. The subsequent events of that night, Phil Jeff's arrest, release, and shooting are also depicted closely to the known facts. It's true, nobody was ever found guilty of shooting Jeffs, though one source I found quite late in the writing of this case suggests it probably was Taylor and Clark, who may have driven Jeffs home from the Darlinghurst police station. However, I have suggested a plausible, if highly unlikely, alternative by linking the shooting to the Darlinghurst outrage from March 1928. That matter was likewise unresolved, and I have forged what I consider to be a tenable truth between the conflicting stories told by the prosecution and defense. Side stories concerning other residents of Eaton Avenue, Charles Passmore, Frank Bennett, Wild Jack Kelly, the Millers, and others are also based closely on newspaper reports about those real residents. One of the things that struck me when researching this game was just how much criminal activity was going on in Eaton Avenue at and around the time of the riot. That tiny street was an absolute hotbed of illegal and/or immoral antics. One of the greatest moments from writing this episode was walking virtually down Rainbow Street using Google Street Maps, comparing each house to the picture of Jeff's flat that was published in the Daily Telegraph in 1929. It came as a real shock and thrill to find that the house still stands and is almost unchanged nearly a century after the event. It is now numbered 20 Rainbow Street, and according to a real estate website, is used as a clubhouse and meeting venue. I wasn't able to find any specific information on Archer's bathhouse in Huron Lane, but pieced together a mental picture of it from floor plans of other working class wash houses, as opposed to the fancier bathing houses featuring a large communal pool. In researching the story, I relied heavily on digitized newspapers accessed from the National Library of Australia through their Trove database. I'm particularly grateful to Rob Walstead for cleaning up and reformatting the newspaper articles. It was a mammoth task. Despite his suggestion to condense the articles, I insisted on historical accuracy. Sorry, Rob, but thank you for persisting. Some other key sources are listed below. Finally, I am certain my imagined Razorhurst differs in many, many ways from the true Darlinghurst of the 1920s and 30s. I beg the reader's patience and forgiveness for my blunders. I hope that these don't distract from the sheer joy of immersing yourself in a world of gangsters, flappers, early motor cars, undercover police, jazz, drugs, and crime. To me, it is a special privilege to retell these true crime stories and to try to do so with as much humor and sympathy as my talents allow. All right, well, that's good. That's nice to see that. So the original outrage and the riots are true, and John Kean has connected them via a plausible connection, but that part is probably fictional a little bit. All right, let me continue reading the comments here. The long beginning helped to feel more epic. Extra map, the apartment complex was very exciting. Wouldn't have minded more forensics spread out throughout the case, but it's based on real stories, have to deal with what there is. Marco says, I really like this one. We found some bugs, which is completely understandable. At this stage, we practically tested it. The directory was the weakest part of the game. Perhaps it should be revised. It was challenging, sometimes difficult for the themes, consistent. A lot of work went into putting it all together. I haven't played the first one at all, but this one is a 10 for 10 for me. Jonathan says, specific tweak suggestion is to have Mrs. Holland leave her house while her husband is rambling. Think it would be clearer we still need to keep trying to find her. I think Jonathan is right that that was one of the few places where it's a little, it's important for us to find her, and we needed something else to tell us we should. And I do think Jonathan's solution is perfect. If the wife left the house while we were talking to the husband to go out on her shopping, it doesn't even have to say she was going to tobacco. It could just be that she left to do the shopping. That would be enough for us to figure out that we should go track down the tobacconist. I like that solution. I like that suggestion from Jonathan. And this is great writing, of course. Lots of funny scenes. I love them. The horrible old guy who wouldn't let his wife speak. The kids with the pig. The moving scenes with Squeak, the prostitute, and Ida. Yeah, I would say there were some really nice scenes in here. Both some funny scenes, some memorable, cool scenes, like when we met the American War hero, and also some really pretty sad scenes talking to Squeak, the prostitute, and talking to Ida. Really well done. Jonathan says, I think the newspapers could be kept in the game, reading through them, and I think they mostly worked. I guess for group might not be ideal. For solitary player, I think they're fine. I had a different suggestion with the newspapers. I do think for a game that is so well paced, those full newspapers are problematic. They are just too much to read through to try to find clues, and too many details that are probably irrelevant. So I think from my perspective, what I would do is I thought the summaries, the in-game summaries were great, and they were long enough to really sink your teeth into. So my suggestion would be to take these newspapers. John Kean was saying he's pretty much decided to get rid of them. What I would do is I wouldn't get rid of them. What I would do is I would put them here in this epilogue as the reward. I would put them all as things available when you finish the game. If you want to learn more about the real cases, then you can check out these PDFs. So I think they would do more harm than good as player materials, but you could give them as little narrative reward right here when you get to this historical epilogue. Whereas if you look at, everyone enjoyed getting this police file. This police file was great and was big enough but manageable enough to be very fun and exciting to get. But those full newspapers were just too much. And they didn't negatively affect us because John Kean had advised that we not read them. But I think it would have been problematic had we not had the summary, and had we think we had to comb through those. The problem is not reading them. The problem, well, there's a lot of text in there in some of them, but the problem is trying to comb through them for small details. And there's so many details that might be important that it would just be exhausting. So I think it is the right decision to not include them as stuff that you get while playing. And it says Fahey was a little weak in this one. He didn't give very useful tips. And I agree, he wasn't very useful in this one. Maybe he was not. He was more useful in the last one. Although I do love that mechanic where you have to go to a certain place and meet the informant, and you can only make a couple of choices. I do love that mechanic. And it says, I think it was a brilliant idea to link the two cases. That idea of having multiple cases in one where they connect somehow is a tried and true formula that we've seen in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective cases, and it works. The mind abhors the coincidence of two cases being present, happening at the same time, and it's wonderful when you can figure out how to connect them. And this case in particular was particularly enjoyable to connect those two cases. And it did create some of the best moments where we had these little aha moments where the cases connected. Okay, there's the cat with the toy. Come on, show it off. I thought I was going to show you her toy. You want to show your toy? Come here. Okay, there's your toy. There's Sarah's toy. You got it. You brought it in. Okay. Let's see. Compromise with the papers was good, giving the summary and telling that it's enough, but if you want, you could read the real paper for flavor. Yes, okay, that one's good. All right, Sarah. Let's talk. Come on. All right, let's talk more about some of these mechanics and changes. Where are my notes here? So we had a couple of changes. It's hard to remember fully Razorhurst 1 versus this new one. There were a couple of changes. Some of them were really nice. One of the things that I really liked was this underlining versus circling. That was very clever. And New York Noir makes big use of lettered tags like this. We saw these first in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Baker Street Irregulars box. But this idea of underlining when you first get some, most of the time it was you sort of underlined it when you collected the evidence, and then you circled it when the lab finished analyzing it or something. And that's actually was very clever because it had a good way of knowing when you had first found something and then when it had been resolved. So I think that was a big success. The directory map stuff had caused problems because of bugs in the maps. But in general, I really loved the couple neighborhoods that had the close-ups. We had this one, and then we had the getaway car, and then we had that whole map of the Eaton Avenue stuff. Before we get to the Eaton Avenue, I want to talk about the directory stuff. I think there were a couple issues with the directory stuff. There were a couple things that worked. Like, it turned out that having this map, this thing here where we map the street address to a lead, this actually worked surprisingly well. I was sort of surprised that it worked. But it did work, and it was also nice because given a street, we could see what map it was on. That was actually pretty smart. And I'm looking at some of the stuff in terms of inspiration for New York Noir. It might be nice to have, even getting rid of the key part, just a map that says, here's a street and what neighborhoods is it in. That's pretty smart. I think maybe we'll think about making something like this for New York Noir. It happens in real life too. There are street guides to New York City where you look up a street and tells you what neighborhood it's in. Now this was interesting because, as I said at the time, when designing New York Noir, there was some discussion about whether we should format the reverse directory in this kind of form, because it's very similar. You say, what's near this location? And you can look at who's on either side of them. And you've got left side of the street, right side of the street. I think in general, this does work. We were able to find places that were not mistakes, leaving aside the bugs where there were missing numbers. The fact that we could look up people by name and then see what kind of business was there and see who lives near who, and where we had some numbers on the maps as well. I think that generally worked. And there were a couple of places where it was enjoyable. When we were trying to find itematics, that stuff, and trying to find the cafe that itematics worked at, that all worked. So I think if you just fix the bugs, I think that's all a success. And then most of the time you can find the numbers on the map. There was one time we had to figure out, okay, you got to go in the back. I love the crime scene stuff. It was a little weird though, but I can see why for such a thing, John Kean didn't want to make a 60-page directory. I mean, New York Noir is 100-page directories. So, but it was a little weird occasionally to be like, okay, let's look up the street beginning with a D. Oh, it's not here. It was a little weird when we wanted to look up places and we couldn't. Now, it saved us some time, so perhaps we should be happy. But there were a couple times where it was a little confusing why some places weren't. It's just an assortment of the streets are here. But I think for the most part, it worked. And I don't agree with Anna in preferring Razorhurst 1. I do like having some puzzles that help you locate places, because otherwise it feels too much like a choose your own adventure where you're just reading paragraphs jumping. I do like the element where we have street addresses and we have to use some deduction to figure out whose house we should be going to and where it might be. And I enjoy that. And one advantage of this was we sort of had to familiarize ourselves with the map. We couldn't just use the directories. There were times when we heard it was on a street and we had to look it up. And I think we might want to think about that a little more for New York Noir. I think in New York Noir, it's very rare that you actually have to understand what's where on a map. You can almost do the whole game from the directories and not look at the map. Might be nice to try to think of other ways we could use force players to use maps. Picking Lillian was a great idea. Lots of observing in the game. Lillian was a good choice. I am glad we picked her. I think we would have done fine with our old guy as well. I forget what his name was. But Lillian did great. Real woman, Lillian Armfield. New York North system is easy to use. I couldn't use it. That's nice. Okay. Maybe Razorhurst wanted too little maps in directory. I think this one had too much. I think Jonathan was right. I think the only reason it got into trouble was because, and John Kean has explained, the maps got swapped out at the last minute. And so it was just a mistake that the places weren't numbered. Now, I do want to talk about this. Eaton Avenue Flats. And I want to talk about it because there's a bunch of things that Razorhurst pulls off that I've said before it shouldn't work and do. One of the things that happens quite a bit, we've seen a couple of games that try to have a small area with places you can go like this. And there are a couple Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detectives that have something like this, like we go into the theater and there's 10 little rooms or rooms of a house, or you're on a train and you've got the compartment cars and you can visit them. And it's so appealing as an author to want to create a small, cozy scene where you can visit places. But it almost always breaks down, and it almost always breaks down because it feels like, well, we're going to go to every room, right? If there are 10 places, we're going to go to all 10 places. And what does the order really matter? And I think it works here, and it's satisfying here for a couple reasons. The first one is there's too many places to brute force. That's the first reason this works, because John Kean made the decision to put enough apartments, and time goes by with some of them, and a lot of them are blank. But it's mainly because of the time limits that when you're faced with this, you say, we can't just knock on every door. We don't have time. And that changes things. And I think that has to be one of the keys. If you want to make a small scene like this and make it fun for the players to figure out who to go and where to talk to and all, like a train car, you can't have it so that the players could go to every train car. You can't make it so they have time for it. And the way the days are broken down, we even had to do a little bit at a time. And I think that's why it works, because it gives you that tough decision of, should we knock on this door? Should we knock on this door? Most of our interest is in this building, but should we? And there was a cool time when we decided, hey, we learned that the person was dragging off the victim this way. And we said, you know, let's try and knock on a couple doors here and see if we can't discover that this person was being walked into one of these apartments. And indeed, we did find that. And then there was also the issue of a couple of these names were mentioned in other places, and we were able to figure that out and go back. So I think this really did work, and it was fun to have this document. It's always fun to have a document you can sink your teeth into, and I do think this one really worked. And this is a very fun idea of having a scene of a crime that we can sort of imagine and who would have seen what. And we try to figure that out. And one person tells us about another person, tells us about another person. And then later we come back. So I think this really worked. And it may look like, you might think, if you're not accustomed to this kind of thing, that this would be easy to make it work. Just create a place with lots of places to learn about the stuff. But I really think it only works because a lot of these moving gears got done properly. And there was enough deduction that pointed you towards one place or another, so that even though we still didn't go to all these places, and we had to spread it out. So I think it really worked, but it's maybe deceiving how hard it is to make something like this work. Jonathan says, maybe I largely agree. Maybe all the apartments should cost time. It was hard for me to tell at times when time was passing. It was trying to tell us we made a bad choice to investigate. I think you're right. I think I felt like it was a little random. Something about the amount of ones that advanced time and the amount that didn't, that felt a little off. I agree with you. I do think time passing was sort of random, but I'm guessing that that was sort of by design. I'm guessing that John Kean just said, okay, I'm just going to, 25% of these places are going to cause time to pass. I'm just not going to tell you which ones. So it's a little bit of probabilistic. But that's sort of the design philosophy with this game. Somehow the tight amount of time works, although doesn't feel like it's fully in control of the author. It's just probabilistically balanced enough that we couldn't just sit there and knock on doors. It might have also been punishing us for going to places that we shouldn't go to. And it says, I agree, maybe if nobody's home, no time passes, but if someone is home, time passes. That would be a little more logical, I agree. But on the other hand, you could see that maybe you do it the other way. You punish for randomly exploring. Okay, what else do I have notes on? As I said, I was shocked in the first Razorhurst that this system works. It does. I love this stuff. I mean, this whole multiple day system is partly what has inspired New York Noir for being broken up into days and having an end of night sort of section and a beginning of the day section. This to me is so enjoyable. Having a multi-day case where events happen in the morning when you start your case and events happen in the evening, that the pacing that creates is so enjoyable. And I think in particular in Razorhurst Blood Alley, I thought the pacing was really good. Every day felt a little different. There were a couple days we were just focused on this. We got introduced to the Phil Jeff scene, but we got told to focus on the brawl. So there were whole days where we were devoted to trying to understand the brawl. And then we kind of wrapped that up. And then there were days where we moved on to itematics. And then days we moved on to the getaway car and the shooting. Then the prisoners that we went and talked to. I thought the pacing was great. It turned out that we finished the case perfectly on time. John Kean just guessed about this, and at some point he said, I don't think you're going to finish it on time, just keep playing. I have the same feeling I had with Razorhurst 1. Like, I feel like we had a great playthrough, and we got pretty lucky with the dice rolls. We did a tiny bit of cheating there, but I do feel like a group could have got bad luck. But it still shocks me that this can be pulled off. I don't think I have the skill to use this kind of thing in New York Noir because I just feel like I couldn't keep enough control to guarantee that most players would have the right amount of time, the right pacing, etc. So New York Noir tries something a little different that helps keep things in control. But boy, when it works, it creates these interesting decisions. The decision of when to go to sleep each night, I feel like in Razorhurst 1, it may have been more stressful. I think in Razorhurst 1, there were times when we woke up late. We were more in, I think in Razorhurst, John Kean was saying that, like, I think in Razorhurst 1, the gaps between things were at night and here they're in the morning. And I think that resulted in part of the problem, because I think in Razorhurst 1, because the gaps were at night and not in the morning, it incentivized us to work late and wake up late. And the problem is we would wake up late and then find out we missed some event. But I think here the way it changes is it almost always makes sense to go to sleep fairly early, because nothing really important happens at night. And if you wake up in the morning, you don't miss any events and you find out what events are coming early. So I think there was less stress deciding when to sleep with Razorhurst 2. In fact, I'm very sure there was less stress deciding when to sleep, but that was welcome. It's still a fun decision, a little bit of an efficiency game. And the skill tests, I think they're done well. I wish, I don't have the guts to use it in my cases, but it's undeniable that it works here. For me, the pacing worked overall. Until the last 2 days, we weren't sure if we could pull it off. We didn't see the connections, but we were just gathering evidence. Then the things started clicking into place. Yeah, I agree. It was quite fun when things started clicking into place. By that point, it was a surprise that we could finish in time, but that was exciting, and it worked for me. Yeah, I mean, the pacing of this was terrific. I don't remember how it compares to the pacing of Razorhurst, the first version, but I do think this one was really done well. I really liked the little side cases about Bennett and the drug dealing. I thought that was successful. That is not something I've gotten a handle on in writing my own cases. I need to work on that because I think the side cases are enjoyable. I'm not sure why they're so enjoyable in these kinds of cases, but there is something fun about having a little snack-sized mini cases that you solve on your way. I think another thing that sort of works that's surprising because we played Queen's Park in Sherlock Holmes Queen's Park and we hated it was the part about when you travel. You know, I think this is an area that could use iteration. I'm not sure how to make it better, but I feel like it could be made better. So I do want to talk about it for a minute from a game design perspective. So in Queen's Park and in Razorhurst, when you leave neighborhoods, it costs an extra time, and it hurts to waste that time. Now, what I would say here is, and it's not, at least here, I'll tell you what, in Queen's Park, it was when you traveled 2 neighborhoods away. And that fiddliness of having to realize when we were going 2 neighborhoods away versus 1 neighborhood away, it created a cognitive overload. It taxed our cognitive load in a way that it doesn't here, because here you're like, if it's not on this map, you got to pay to move. And so it was much more we could easily see. I think the other thing is, it was much less frequent here. Maybe that's because of the nature of the game. We often didn't have that many leads to go to. We always had like a few. So it was very rare that we could choose to stay in a neighborhood, right? We rarely had like 3 places in this neighborhood and 2 places here. It was more like 1 place in each neighborhood and then a whole bunch in Eaton. So when we went to Eaton, we were like, well, we should stay here and do a bunch of stuff here before leaving. So I think that worked. Now, what was the game we played recently where we just sort of role played it and said, well, we're in this neighborhood, let's try to figure out places to go in this neighborhood without worrying about the cost? That happened recently. I don't remember what game it was in, but I'd still like to see I'd like to see, it makes sense from a role-playing standpoint that while you're in one neighborhood, you should go to those places. I wish there was a way to make that a more interesting decision. It wasn't really much of a decision here because there was only 1 place in each neighborhood. It was a decision when we were here, though. This is the one time when we really thought about that quite a bit. We're like, we're here at Eaton Avenue to talk to this person, but while we're here, we should talk to a couple other people. And so that we planned around. But I wish there was a way to make that a more interesting decision. or something else, an interesting mechanic that's like once you're in one neighborhood, maybe always go visit, like maybe if each neighborhood had a bar with the local scuttlebutt and each neighborhood had an informant, then maybe there would always be 3 places in each neighborhood that you'd sort of be incentivized to do all at once. But when there's one place in each neighborhood, it sort of becomes a moot issue. In terms of pacing, I might not have minded just a little bit more tension to narratively throughout the case. Might be just a bit too procedural for me. Maybe there could have been rumors of underworld hunt to fill Jeff's killer. We could find them first before more violence. Jonathan makes an interesting point in terms of... That's a very interesting point. So I thought in general the pacing here was very good. But I think what Jonathan is saying is that occasionally we play a case where we feel the tension of a deadline because there's some risk. And I think that's a very clever observation. In other words, in this case, it didn't feel like there was anyone who was going to get killed if we were slow. No one felt really at risk. No one was hunting Itematics. No one was hunting Phil Jeffs. If Phil Jeffs was going to die, it was out of our control. So it never felt like the clock is really ticking to go somewhere and figure something out. No one was at risk. And I do think that would be a clever thing to look for, that as an author, you should be looking for ways to create the feeling of time limits, even if they're sort of unspoken, a sort of tension that if you don't get to this, if you don't solve this in time, some bad thing's going to happen. And you could take advantage of that over when you have a case that lasts multiple days. It also reminds me of the other suggestion that I was going to make in terms of game. So Jonathan mentioned the house of Mrs. Holland. We needed a little bit more to suggest that we should try to find her. I think the other part that was a little bit of a miss for me was the hospital. We had William Archer went to the hospital on our day 1 on Tuesday night. So William Archer goes to the hospital on Tuesday night. And then Phil Jeffs on Wednesday morning. And our guy got beat up on Tuesday night as well. We thought he might be at the hospital. And it was a weird thing because when we got to the hospital, they were closed. That was cool. I love the events that happen at times when you got the opening and closing. But then we went to the hospital and we got some information on William Archer. And then we tried to go to the hospital to meet Phil Jeffs and to check for our guy. And basically, when you go to the hospital, it just said, okay, you go up to William Archer's room. And so like we tried 3 times to go to the hospital to talk to different people. And the game didn't even say, you know, you tried to get in Phil Jeffs' room. You tried to look for the victim who might have been beat up. It just said you go into William Archer's room, and then eventually we go in Monday and we overhear a conversation. So I don't think anything had to be, I don't think it's not like entries have to be written for you talking to Phil Jeffs or talking to the guy who got beat up. It just has to be you go to the hospital and you can have a choice. Do you ask about William Archer? Do you ask about Phil Jeffs? Do you ask if they've seen any other patients? And it just needs an entry that says, you tried to do this, but you didn't get anywhere. It's natural for us to want to go find Phil Jeffs after he's been shot at his house. And it's weird that you go to the hospital and it doesn't occur to anyone that you might want to visit Phil Jeffs. And it's a skill test. I'm neutral on it. Worked here, but I wouldn't choose this mechanism voluntarily. I guess I have a slightly different case, like a slightly different view, which is it works well. It's fun. Anytime you can put tough decisions into a game of whether you should spend down points to achieve it. But my position is I don't know how to make it reliably good. I don't know how to pull this off in such a way that if a group got unlucky, they wouldn't have enough time. Like if we had had a bunch of bad rolls, then we'd have to spend a bunch of our skills to pass them. And then we'd have to end our day early. And we didn't have that much time left, right? We had like 4 more turns. So if we had gotten quite a bit unlucky, then there'd be a bunch of clues we wouldn't get to read, and or we'd run out of time. And so that, to me, that's too scary a thing as an author for this kind of game that I wouldn't be willing to do that. But I'd love to find a way. You could argue that like those skill tests, like if you succeed, you get the information one way. If you fail, you get it another way. And you just have to create the illusion, but then you can't let people spend down points. You can't let people have to spend down points that makes their day shorter. So, yeah. Any other... We've been talking for 45 minutes. Is there anything else I wrote in my notes to talk about? Let me see here. Love the side stories. I liked maps. Okay, let me look at my decisions note. Going what order? The informant tips. I still love that. I wish I could. And it's not just that the informant, you get to make tough decisions about what to ask them about. It's that whole system makes the hints in game, basically. And I just love that. And I haven't quite pulled that off with New York Noir. New York Noir does have a full in-game hint system, but it works a little differently. And that is, it makes them all available to you, but you pay in demerit score points. And although I do have a kind of system like this, you can go talk, you can get in-game, there is an in-game scheduled thing like your informant in my wrong book case. If you go at a specific time, you can talk to your guy who gives you some advice. So I stole that a little bit from Razorhurst and use it a little, and then I have a separate hint system. But I do like that informant thing. I guess the other thing that is worth mentioning is how cool it is to get a case that's so adult and sort of not black and white, gray. Like we have, this has felt like a true story here where the whole sexual assault thing was sort of troubling and adult and felt very real, almost sort of troublingly real. That you had a prostitute who accused these men of sexual assault. And we had a situation where it felt very much like it really did happen, but maybe some of the facts were being shaded a little bit. And a person who's in that at-risk lower class victim has a very hard time getting justice. It was a very adult, real. It felt like it was almost like troubling to have to confront this, what felt like a very real situation. Did anyone think it was Springleaf following us? That part was interesting. Well, it was Springleaf, and we did not quite get it. Jonathan had a theory early on that it was a fellow gang member from Phil Jeffs trying to investigate it, but it completely makes sense that it was Springleaf. That might have been nice to have a question about that at the end. I think maybe if we had a question, who was following you, we might have lost some points on that. I do think I also had one more. I did have a suggestion that I talked about, but I'll just repeat it here. I do think I love the way the question and answer stuff takes place over a series of scenes where you're asked and then you assign yourself points. That was very influential to New York Noir. I love that. New York Noir does it a little bit differently, at least in the one case I wrote, but that is just so perfect. It is orders of magnitude more satisfying than the way the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective style games do it. In those games, or in Mythos Tales, it asks you 5 questions, you answer those 5, and then you read the answers to the 5. And this makes much more, this is so, the Razorhurst 1 did this. I loved it in Razorhurst 1, and I love it here. I love it that there's a form this time for you to fill out. I think that makes complete sense. But this idea of being like, answer this question, describe your totality of your theory of this question, and then you get a nice couple paragraphs explaining it, and then it tells you, give yourself from 1 to 5 points. I think that's great. The only little thing I would say I would tweak here is what I said while we were answering it, is that it felt like it might have been nice for it to first ask us, what's your initial theory of the shooting? Because we had some detailed and different opinions, and it seemed like information was leaking out to us in some of those early questions, and I was afraid, I think in the end it didn't really leak that much, but I was afraid it was going to start telling us, you know, Itematics confessed that this is what happened before we got a chance to give our theory. So I would have liked it for it to be like, first, I think Razorhurst 1 did that. I think Razorhurst 1 said, first, make your best guess, and then it asked a bunch of questions that would allow us to change our mind about some of that. I think that would have been welcome here, just to sort of write your summary or express your summary of the case before you start answering any questions. Anna says, I thought it was gang members trying to find Jeff Shooter. That's what Jonathan suggested. Maybe we needed a little bit more clues that it was Springleaf. Not that it affected anything. Another fun moment was the revolver cartridge whole thing. That was a very cool moment when we thought we found the 38. Then I think it was Marco or DJ Moneycut. Someone points out, no, that's a revolver. That would not have left the cartridge. Lots of little fun details like that here. Maybe the best part, maybe the best, there were a couple of aha moments, but most of them, they're all related to linking the two cases. Anna's memory that someone called out, you're back for more. That was amazing when we made that connection. It was also very cool when we connected the 2 tough guys that got arrested with Itematics, that their boyfriend and girlfriend. That linking of the 2 cases was amazing. I also thought it was very enjoyable just to wrap up the brawl. When we put together all the pieces of the brawl, who owned the jacket? Where did the guy who started the fight end up? How did the fight start? That little mini initial case of the brawl was very satisfying to wrap up. And I think that's another great lesson in terms of game design and authoring of these mystery cases. This is sort of ideally what you want. You want a big case that doesn't close up and get completely solved till the end, but you'd love to have pieces get solved, because otherwise you're asking too much for a person to keep it all in mind and only have everything resolve at the end. You have to have little chunks resolve. And the fact that we were able to spend a day and wrap up that initial brawl and get it 99% solved, so we could sort of tick it off, put a bow on it, and move on. That really works in terms of pacing and motivation and stuff. Marco says, I think having a whole theory before starting to answer questions should be a standard way to proceed in this game. Well, it's true that I think I agree. Often we have to informally use that kind of thing, but it might as well be written into the rules. All right, any final thoughts before we wrap this up after an hour of discussion? Any suggestions for John Kean? Does he need any encouragement from us to make a third part of the trilogy? If he needs it, he's got it. I'd love to play a third one. Boy, think about how much work went into this and how hard it is to find players to play it, though. I mean, we are the first group that has play tested this to the end fully. I do hope it gets more players. Those of us who love these long epic games, there are not many of them, and there are very few still being made, right? All of the big long ones are from the 80s. The original Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, large expansions, and Gumshoe. This is basically, John Kean is the only one writing these epic cases. Hopefully we'll get some big, long, epic New York noir cases. I've got one in mind. I'm chewing on. Marco says, keep writing. Jonathan says, yep, I'll play the next one. Well, I loved it. I mean, it's just such a unique experience. Anna says, was a great experience. Thank you, John Kean. Of course, we'd like a part 3. I'll tell you what I'd really love. I'd really love if we could get John Kean to write a long epic case for New York Noir. That would be quite special. All right, let's wrap this up. Thank you for joining me. 6 parts, 25 hours, a little bit longer than Razorhurst Part 1. Connect the two and you've got a really long case, long experience at least. Thank you for joining me. Those of you who have stuck around, we're down to 7 concurrent viewers. So this is really the hardcore people who have stuck through this till the very bitter end. A real pleasure. These long games are very special for me. They make for the most memorable experience. I'm going to remember this one. It's great to have this group here. Boy, I hope we're still doing this in a couple years and get a chance to meet up again and do this again. If you're interested in writing a big, long, epic mystery case, consider using New York Noir. All the pieces and directories and maps are all there ready for you. Maybe make your life a little easier than John Kean has had. John Kean has had to create everything from scratch. I have scheduled Star Trek Cryptic Chapter 3 for tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. in 11 hours. Hopefully I'll get to that. And then at Sunday, we have our play-by-mail New York Noir improv case. And maybe I'll take a little bit of a break. I'll try to get up reviews of this Razorhurst Blood Alley, Star Trek Cryptic, Wealth of Murder from Hunt Killer, which I also loved. Boy, we are, what's the phrase when you're in something of riches? It's an abundance of riches here. Okay, thanks everyone for the teamwork. This was a team effort. I'll see you next time.